Yo. What should we start off with today? I'm not sure. Let me hit myself with a lurk. Wow, 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 woo, 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 ha, 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 hey. Go over here. I gotta pull up the multi-screen chat. Am I ready? Fuck yeah, bro. Had me a good, rest period. Hey, where'd you find the link for that fucking, guild server? Points on alert. It's turned on right now. I don't give a fuck. Actually, let me swap scenes real quick. I think I might have gotten this to work. Look at that. Boom, boom. How does that look? I just want to see what it looks like, bro. Boom. Boom. Does it keep repeating? It's not supposed to loop. It is looping. No, it's not. It played a couple of times, though. Sent you a link to Gaming Peeps. I remember I made a couple of different guild or Discord servers like last year when I was gonna try to figure out how to fix some of them up. But then I found Gilded, and then when I started using Gilded, I was like, oh, this is kind of cool. You know, I was thinking about hitting up my friends. Am I ready? Shut the fuck up. No, actually, you might like the new alerts. Yo, what up, boys? That scared me. That scared me. What the fuck? I knew it was coming and I still got scared. Fucking bitch, dude. I can see myself saying that. I mean, I do say that probably like 30 times a day at least. Coming into the hundreds place. That was awesome. You already got this? Yeah, it's in the library. Alright. I don't regret it. Good. Hell yeah. Thank Platinum for that. Fortnite or Apex? I want to start with Fortnite or Apex, and then I'm going to move on to, we'll just do Fortnite. Be a little simpler. Load this shit up. Wah, 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 wah. Here. Carlo, I'm gonna send you a different link to our Gilded server, because we don't really,
Oh my god, I can't wait to watch another stream!
Maybe someday you will finally be good at playing video games.
That day will sadly never come.
You guys should have seen me get my ass whooped yesterday. Yesterday, after my mouse broke, now I'm using like a generic gaming mouse. I don't have all my buttons. I can't respond to people. Like I can't fucking keep up because I have to readjust to using my left hand for all those buttons, dude. And it's like, I can't strafe sideways and go into a punch. I can't fucking fade away and melee or pull a fucking pop shot or nothing. I can't. No, I gotta order one somehow. That's the dilemma. But I gotta buy a starter and I gotta buy an alternator and pay my brother back for getting my car towed. I'm gonna send you a different link because we don't use those Discord servers. We're using Gilded. Like I don't even, now that I know that there's like another fucking Discord that I made, I might just delete all three. Like I didn't know. Yeah. Like I don't like, I'll show you right now. I don't use this shit. I did set up Gilded though. Like, I don't do anything in here. Look at this shit. I remember this.
Group of people are coming your direction but have been caught on the edge of. There is a flying dragonborn,
I
two
gotta use this.
tieflings, and a dark elf that is apparently missing half of his face. That is surrounded by a greenish glow.
A greenish
very much
glow.
hightailing it your direction. You don't know any of these people.
Just move this.
There's trees nearby, yeah?
No, there is no vegetation. There are no living things. Just gray,
This is the actual
scoured
server.
rock.
I actually
So Desmond looks for some.
put a lot of shit together in there. DM leaks. I only moved it because I didn't know if there was something bad on there, like a bad word or something. The F word or something like that. I didn't even look. This shit's sweaty. Oh, you bitch. Fortnite. There you go, you motherfucker. Update. What up, guys? Ooh, wrong button. Even the sensitivity of this mouse is real weird. My other one, I have, since I have the big old mouse pad, I turned it down to like a creep, you know? And now this one's like all fast and... It don't even seem that accurate. Like I'm trying to put it right in between these fucking bumps. I can't. I'm gonna miss a fuck ton of shots with this mouse. I think you just said hi. Oh shit, thank you. Oh fuck. Got a whole plate of food right now. I'll devour this shit. You're fine. I don't even have it up that loud. I'm hyped. I want to see the new alerts. Haha.
Hey viewers, this is SpongeBob and I came here just to say an
What was that aim at? Don't you pay attention while aiming? Or do I need to show you how to aim?
what was that? Me and my fellow people in Bikini Bottom can play better than that.
Hey, Matt Danks. This is Batman and I just wanted... Hello, everyone. This is Batman. If you want to chat...
Hello, Matt Danks. You are doing so... Hi Matt Danks, Brian here. Thanks for giving the game a test earlier and now...
And we see here a creature which is categorized by species.
Who's the Brian from?
I drink 10 cups of coffee. Feel it coming.
Oh my god, I cannot believe Matt Danks is at it again!
His palms are sweating, these weak arms are heavy.
Hello everyone, I want to debut my new song that I just made, and Hey Matt, I have a challenge for you. Can you please try this tongue? My sprinkler goes like this.
As a female streamer that watches you every day, I just wanted to say thank you for being an inspiration to all of us.
Oh my god, I can't wait to watch another stream!
Maybe someday you will finally be good at playing video games.
I'm Donald Trump, and I approve this message.
Motherfucker.
It was at this moment that he knew. He fucked.
What the fuck? What the fuck was that?
That might be the parry setting. I was trying to make the setting
Hello and welcome to Watch Mojo.
to where
Jumping
one person
straight to
couldn't
top one on
activate
our
more
list
than
is
one,
Thomas Token. This
like
guy
every
is
like
an
3 seconds or
absolute
something.
maniac and a sight to behold as he drinks over 10 cups of coffee and eats Taco Bell and shits pretty hard.
It might have
His
been longer.
alter ego matinee is a beauty that everyone admires, which makes
Admires.
Karma's Token top one on our list of top.
You small dick, man. Only 55 centimeter, man. I have 5.
That might be the parry.
I'm this close to slamming my fucking balls in a waffle iron and screaming racial slurs at the top of my lungs.
Best part is, it doesn't matter if the platform bans me because they'll be on Streamlabs anyway. Huh. One for you. One for you. Go. Hell yeah.
And we see here a creature which is categorized by a species named Matt Danks. This species is subject to get angry and...
Why is that so fucking loud? Holy shit, that one's a banger. That one's just fucking ridiculously loud. I can feel it vibrate the wire of like my mouse. When my hand's on the mouse and shit, I can feel that shit go like brrr. That one I'll track down and I'll test it one day. And I'll try to get the right exact sound to where it's loud enough to shock me, but not loud enough to hurt my ears. For some reason, some of those alerts, they come on so sharp, it is actually rather startling. They'll give me like a nervous sweat, you know what I'm saying? It makes your, your stomach drop. And as soon as that happens, you get like that sweat going. You're like, oh, fuck. Your hands get clammy and shit. You're like, mother piece of shit. Aha! Back up. Back the fuck up. Go. Thank you.
I drink 10 cups of coffee and get angry at kids while playing Fortnite. I try to kill enemy inside, but when I miss, I get angry.
Fucking ruined it. Fucking dare you. Let me go take my plate out. Hold up, Anna. You flipped up my plate.
I drink 10 cups of coffee and get angry at kids while...
Hello everyone and welcome to the stream. If you want to watch some scary videos with Karma Stoken, then feel free to like and subscribe. Oh, there's... When I take a picture...
Oh my god, I cannot believe Matt Danks is at it again! For the love of God, please stop verbally abusing kids in games! They cry after you yell at them that what you want to set as future idol.
I feel it coming. I drink 10 cups of coffee and get angry at kids while playing Fortnite. I try to kill enemy inside, but when I miss I get angry at them and say fuck them. I have a gilded server, so if you wanna talk to me then come to me. And watching Anastasia makes me so frustrated that my blood pressure. I drink 10 cups of coffee and get angry at kids while playing Fortnite. I try to kill enemy inside, but when I miss I get angry at them and say fuck them. I have a gilded server, so if you wanna talk to me then come to me. And watching Anastasia makes me so frustrated that my blood pressure gets saturated. I feel it coming. I feel it coming. I feel it coming. I feel it coming. You are not the single type, so baby, I'm just trying to get you high and faded off this touch. You don't need a lonely night, so baby, I can make it right. You just gotta let me try to give you what you want.
I heard that shit singing.
His palms are sweating, these weak arms are heavy. This moment only sweated, already mum's vacated. He's nervous, but on the surface he looks calm and ready to drop bombs, but he keeps on forgetting. When he wrote down the whole crowd, Gus laughed. He opens his mouth, but the words won't come out. He's joking out, everybody's joking now. The clock's run out, time's up over Blau.
What the fuck? I tried to follow the instructions for that live fucking what do you call it? The social notification, and it's still stuck in 30 FPS. I made one in 60 FPS and it's just as choppy.
I want to debut my new song that I just made, and it goes like this.
That's my new song. Check it out. iTunes. Hello. I don't know if I got push to talk on or... Yo! I can do that. I don't really give a fuck. There wasn't even a gun up there, bro. Like, there's no way there was a fucking gun up there. I ain't even kidding. There wasn't a fucking gun up there. I would have grabbed the fucking gun. I saw the fucking health. I wouldn't. I grabbed the health. How's there a gun up there if there wasn't a fucking gun up there? Yeah, what the fuck? It just said that the motherfucker went up there and got a gun, but there was no gun. Like, that's not... Get the fuck out of here. Playing solos. Whatever. What the fuck? Well, I know, but like, he didn't have a gun. How'd you just go get an SMG when there's no fucking loot on top of the building? I dropped first. I dropped right to the first item that was there. I went to the only item on the roof. That's bullshit.
Yes, you can.
E. Somehow has a gun. I really like pistols. He baited. You can't bait me, motherfucker. I got first. What? No, that's total bullshit. That like the items didn't render for me or something. So he just saw the items. I didn't see the items. He got the items. That's fucking retarded. Sweet. I hate shit like that. It's poorly optimized piece of shit game. It's probably one of the best optimized games in the world, actually. It's hard. I don't got a gun. Or I don't got a gun. I don't got buttons. Wow. I was like hitting 4. That's so fucking hard now. Holy fuck. I was trying to like swap weapons. I kept going to my melee. I couldn't get out of my fucking my building. That's fucked. What are you guys all doing? How's work, Anna? What's up, everybody? Oh, I need a new fucking mouse.
Hey Matt, I have a challenge for you. Can
Oh,
you
yeah.
please try this tongue twister? Tit twister Mr. Blister, deadly twister on daddy's fister, sister was fister by Mr. Magister on testosterone zister.
Oh, I would have been able to done like the first 4, but that fucked me up when he kept going. I couldn't even remember the rest of it after it fucking went. Shitting me. I was about to say it, then it was gone. As soon as he continued, it was gone. Do it again. Fuck. I don't think I've ever dropped at that place either. I don't even know what it was. There were some cars outside and shit though. That was pretty cool. I want to go back there. I want to get one of those whips and go fight some motherfuckers.
Hey Matt, I have a challenge for you. Can you please try this tongue twister? Tit twister Mr. Blister, deadly twister on daddy's fister, sister was fister by Mr.
Testicles,
Magister
testicles,
on
testicles, screaming out of my
testosterone
fucking titties, you monster. Just that's all I got. That was rough. This feels kind of comfortable. I changed the 2 buttons on the side to swap through weapons. That feels kind of nice. Well, still feels clumsy, but I can remember those button presses. Fuck. Sketchy. Oh, shit. Not good. What's going on, boys? It's hard to aim with this thing.
And we see here a creature which is categorized by a species named Matt Danks. This species is subject to get angry and salty, and is known to drink lots of coffee, and this species is on the brink of extinction. So if you see this, please catch it and call 911.
tomato. Oh. I can't fight with this fucking mouse here. Look at this shit, dude. He killed himself? Did he? No, he killed him point blank. Whew. Pew.
Oh, that hurt. Oh,
My ass.
that hurt big time.
Anyone wanna play duos? Or squads? I'm gonna go back into golds. Nah, I won't do golds. I'll do duos.
I'm not sure about that, but I have to have it focused.
I don't give a fuck. Meh. It's scary playing without my mouse, dude. This is weird as fuck.
As a female streamer that watches you every day, I just wanted to say thank you for being an inspiration to all of us. My friends and I, ha ha ha, just kidding. We all know it's a sausage fest in here.
Bro, you smell like good cheese. That good shit. I do motherfucker.
Motherfucker.
Creamy peanut butter.
Peanut butter? Okay.
Creamy peanut butter.
Yeah. I like peanuts.
What you said to me?
I like peanuts. The base component of peanut butter.
I like peanut butter.
Yeah, and I like peanuts. Panados. Dang it. It might be below us. Yeah.
Oh my god, I cannot believe Matt Danks is at it again! For the love of God, please stop verbally abusing kids in games! They cry after you yell at them that what you want to set as future idol.
I'm going to fight.
Yep.
Your footsteps. What the? Oh my.
Ow. Oh, that's my luck. My bad. That's what I get for using a mouse that doesn't have 12 buttons on it. I tried so long to switch buttons. I was like missing. I wasn't even hitting it. I was like, and I'm still tapping fucking shoot. I was just throwing grenades. Fuck. This mouse. Fuck. Dude, I suck with this mouse. Let's try it. Back to gold. Fuck, I needed one more item.
Fuck this shit, I'm out. Fuck this shit, I'm out. I'm out, dang. Don't mind me. I'ma just grab my stuff and leave. Excuse me, please. Fuck this shit, I'm out.
Hey.
Fuck this shit, I'm out. Alright then. I don't know what the fuck just happened, but I don't really care. I'ma get the fuck up out of here. Fuck this shit, I'm out.
These people suck, dude.
Wow.
They don't even, like, try to play. It looks like they all just, like, scatter. Basically, yeah. No one gives a fuck about the NBA. Might swap over to Final Fantasy if people keep sucking ass cheeks. Actually, let me bring up my YouTube real quick. I forgot to enable embedding. It's the go live button.
Hey, you got a mic?
Shitballs.
Hey, you got a mic?
Allow chapter. Allow embedding. There we go. I gotta hit save. Yeah, dude, I was tabbed out.
Hello?
I'm not my gaming mouse died, so I'm using like a generic one. I'm not used to it. I'm getting beat up.
Alright. Alright.
Jish the fish.
I'm on 4 HP. Help.
I'm coming. Dang, dude. GG. So like, I can't get that precise, like, surely it feels weird. My buttons are gone. All of my buttons are gone. I have 12 buttons on the side. No, but I gotta get used to the mouse. Ha! My left hand can't do it anymore. I've been doing it with my thumb. My weapon swaps and everything come from my thumb and shit. All my crafting and shit comes from my thumb. The edit button's on my thumb for my mouse and shit. Like, look. Struggle is real. I'm missing all my buttons. I got 2. This mouse ain't even, not even long enough to reach over there. It's fucked. I was trying to play Apex yesterday. I couldn't even land shots on Apex, and Apex is like the easiest game to aim and shoot in. All my bullets were like going like right around their head. You know what I'm saying? Like my reticle's like right on the side of their head. It's like I was like, ah. But it's also when my mouse like really died. That's when the button stopped working. It sucked. I was so flustered. I was like, are you serious, dude? Oh wait, I wanted to get Spider-Man. I just need to get buttons back on my thumb. Play like I'm normal again. Nah, because that won't even get me him. Going back solo so I don't fuck up anyone else. Phew. It was hard to, like the one kill I got in fucking that solo match, that was really hard to get. Like that felt intense because I couldn't switch my weapon and shit. My hand's like doing like this twitch and it's going to click on the button and it's not there. You know what I'm saying? And then I gotta think about like taking my hand off of like my crouch button and try to hit one. But that's why I just put these 2 buttons as like the weapon swap. So I'm that's helping a little bit. See, I can just do that. The aiming thing is like this has DPI settings, but you can't program them, and I set it to the lowest one, and it's like ridiculously high. You know what I mean? Put it in performance mode. Or performance mode. We'll put it in full screen, get a little bit better performance out of the game. What the fuck? I hate this mouse, dude. Yeah, we're gonna switch up and hit up Final Fantasy. Something nice and easy. I'm getting shilly wampus with that this mouse. There ain't shit I can do. Getting beat the fuck up. Hotbar, duh. I can't even reprogram it. At least I don't have an app that I can use to reprogram it. That's a little rough. I don't have a controller anymore. Go north. I'm trying to get a reading of the distance so that I can have some kind of muscle memory to what's, you know, going on. I don't have any buttons anymore. I don't know what to do. I can't even click my buttons. I can turn all right. But the overall, like, panning and turning sideways isn't really my issue. That was whoops. Yeah, I'm just trying to get a feel for the mouse. thinking. Kind of want to try it because then I could at least do my jutsus. Do. Yeah. Actually, I did find a couple of dollars yesterday. There's $5 in the wallet. I got $7 in the bank. $13, $12. Not 13. Don't fuck with me. Was it like 35 bucks? This is the cheapest good mouse I saw. This is the... I don't know if the other ones are programmable. I showed, this is actually the same one that I sent to, Anna. Actually. That one right there, yeah. I sent her both of those, actually. I think both of those. 35 bucks. Get a coupon. Buy now, secure transaction. Could have saved one for 25 bucks. Overnight for 35. Trying to find a coupon. That's what I have right now. Like I don't use a keyboard. I use this. My plan, I don't really care. My plan is this. I'll show you the old trackball. This one's really good for shooting. So I think I want to get this one for shooters. This is the one that I used to play shooters on. I still have one. I don't know where the fuck it's at right now. I might have gave it to my brother or something. They used to only be like 12 bucks, to be honest. Now it says fucking 24. This one used to be 12 bucks. And this one would be, like 35. Oh, what happened to it? That one would be like 35. And now that one's 70. That's fucking wild. They both doubled in price. I haven't bought one in like 8 years. This mouse was savage. Has really high DPI. This is the one I'm trying to order though. That's the only thing I think is weird. I don't know how big it is. Let's see, it goes 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. That's odd. I think that's so fucking odd. I like looking at this shit. I was looking at this. It's not like a trackball, but check reviews for it because sometimes people post pics there. Yeah. I thought that was kind of cool. If I was old, I would use that. This one's big as fuck. I wonder because the other one said used. Only $50? Or only $50? Only $20 off. I meant to say still $50. That's fucked up. The other one was like half as much. This one's adjustable in size. It's weird as fuck. Like that thing. It's either like that thing moves back and forth or that thing moves back and forth. But one of these things move back and forth. I've seen those at Best Buy before. I was thinking about getting that or the Trinity. I got the Trinity because I figured I'd switch templates more, but not. I just used the 12 buttons. The fuck's this? This is probably a generic one. Yeah. It's like what I got right now. That's nice. Accidental actuation. I don't even know what the fuck that means. That's the one I have. That's probably why I got this one. Because it looks a little bigger, but that could just be the picture. It does look very mini. This shit does look sick. want to see it in someone's hand. Future investment. That looks cool. I would want to try Red Dragon, but I feel like it would just be cheap and wouldn't work. It's the same price though. That one don't look bad. This one's wireless. That's fire. Check a review. Oof. Yeah, buggy. Buy it. Maybe you need cash. I do like this one though. It says it's bigger than the Naga. And I have the Naga Trinity. Oh wait, I came back here to no coupon. I will add it to my cart. Gotta drop one of my things. That would be nice though. Let's swap back. Fuck it. That's the mouse. I added it to my cart. I keep going to try to do this while I jump, but I can't. Might try to do a dungeon, dude. I don't know. Shouldn't be so bad on here. This is hard. Woohoo! I don't like this mouse at all. It's very uncomfortable. Motherfucker, stop. My skin started itching. Itchy. Sprinkler.
My sprinkler goes like this. Comes back like.
I just wanna fuck shit up.
But I can't. Fucking mouse. Fuck. Oh my god. I get a cup of coffee. The fucking mouse gave my hand a cramp. It's so small. Man. I'm gonna update my shit. MMO mouse died. Help your boy out. We'll just go in the chit chat and just chatting and shit. What up? How are you? Lonnie. My mouse died. Makes it really hard to do anything. Holy fuck. Baby. Oh man, this sucks. It's rough. How is everyone? I've been streaming at night, and I've still been waking up in the morning. I've been doing good about it, bro. Latest I've been waking up is like 10-ish most days. The one day on Sunday, I slept till like 1 or some shit. But I'm doing a lot better with the whole time management right now. That's exactly what happened. It's been really rough. I tried to game yesterday and I couldn't even really fucking shoot anyone. Today I got 1 kill out of like everything. But it's like, now I'm using this fucking weird, not even normal shaped mouse. It's like small. It's only got 2 buttons on it. Well, I was using a big fat ass mouse, like a big fat gaming mouse, you know what I'm saying? Like it was like the size of my hand and it's all comfortable. And the left mouse button died. So I can't aim down sights anymore. You know what I'm saying? And this one, my hand has to be like, you know, my hand's like this. It feels so fucking weird. I'm used to my hand just being on it flat and like, you know what I mean? Doing this. Now it's like I'm like, this fucking hurts. Fucking hand hurts, dude. Bullshit. I'm gonna get a controller. Get a cheapo controller. This will never be a problem again. $15 for a cheap controller. I'll get one this week. I didn't want a game. Yeah, I don't think I can game with a small mouse. Plain and simple, I don't think I can game with this mouse at all. Can't really do anything with that mouse. This touchpad with the left hand works better. This is my right hand. I'm doing this with the touchpad. This works better than the fucking mouse. Yeah. I gotta get a wired controller though. My computer's not, I don't know if it's because it's just like the Sony like my PS4 controller's fucked up or something. But even that don't want to work. So I'm gonna just get a wired Xbox controller. That seems to be like the best idea. A wireless Xbox controller is like even more than a fucking mouse. Probably like $80. Like one that, like a certified one that actually charges, you know. Now I gotta sit like this. It's fucking stupid. Whatever, I guess not the worst thing. Especially for Final Fantasy. I got half the money for a controller. I actually didn't even know I had $5. When I got my car towed, over at my brother's house, he was handing me a cigarette or something, and I heard crinkling in my fucking wallet. I was like, huh. I looked at it, and then I was like, I got $5. See, I hide cash. I like put that shit away. When I have it, I'll just go put it in something. Put it in my socks and shit and just fucking keep doing it. So I'll probably not spend this $5 for a very long time, actually. Realistically, I won't spend that $5 until it's like $200 or $300. I forget that I saved, and then I'll find it and I'll be like, I'm so lucky. But no, I'm just smart enough to put it away, because if I don't, I'll buy pot. I'm gonna hit a BRB though. I want my cup of coffee.
Why the fuck you lying? Why you always lying? Oh my god, stop fucking lying.
Guys, I'm in luck. Told my mom and Jamie that the thing made my fucking hand cramp when they, oh, I hit the wrong fucking
I
live.
feel it coming. I feel it coming. I feel it coming. I feel it coming. You are not the single type, so baby, I'm just trying to get you high and faded off this touch. You don't need a lonely night, so baby, I can make it right. You just gotta let me try to give you what you want.
Wait, let's try. We're gonna go through Microsoft. No, Jamie said I could order a mouse though. I was told that shit was making my hand hurt. It really was. That shit was uncomfortable. That mouse is like not even like half the size of my hand. That was brutal. Bro. I'm gonna try to get one on sale. I might grab the discounted one. There's no coupon on here. Let me check the Corsair. Ooh, it's weird scrolling with my right hand on the laptop. I'm used to the laptop being on my left hand now. And definitely odd. Trying to go up to the Corsair, I can't find it. You can save $8. Alright, let's do this real quick, guys. Let's figure this out. Yeah. Ooh. I wasn't even talking about like all that. I went out there to go grab a drink. I was like, man, that mouse ain't fucking working. I was like, oh shit. I was like, yeah, dude, that thing hurt my hand. My hand cramped up on me. And then, what I gotta do is Logitech G600. This is what I gotta do. Figure out which one's better.
What's going on, guys? So my name's Alex, and today I'm gonna try to do my best to kind of compare these three MM for about a year. is just because there's two versions. They have the Elite and the Pro. The Elite is 50 cents more. The Pro has 16,000. The Elite has 18,000. Might as well get it, right? Not much of a huge difference. The Logitech G, because it fills up my hand better. The Razer is very small. G600 is about the same size as the Scimitar, but just because of the fact, I don't know, maybe it's because of that button on the side, but it just feels like things click a little bit too easy. It makes it feel like it's flimsy, but you know, it is what it is. I also have heard of Scimitars having issues with the mouse wheel. Apparently there's a plastic holder in there instead of a metal holder, so it pops off sometimes. For that reason, I'm going to give the Naga and the Scimitar pretty similar score, but the G600 I think is just a little bit lower because it just feels flimsy. I don't know. So the Naga, I'll give it about a 9. Scimitar about a 9 as well. G600 I have to go, I'll go 7. GPU, stuff like that, just really, on top of that, there's this. I haven't really seen any. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to rate that a solid 9. Scimitar.
There's massive performance dip when you're using Razer Synapse. So he's not using Synapse, so he's not using the software for the mouse.
Your dashboard, there's all like temperatures of certain things in your computer, CPU, GPU, the Logitech software. The fact that it closes out random there. Scimitar has been really, really good to me for the past month or two. I'm probably going to use it as long as possible. G600, it worked fine. That's the best value mouse by far. Half the price, less than half the price actually. Really, really good mouse. But as far as just ease of use, performance, everything like that, it's just not as good as the other two. But yeah, if you enjoyed the review, let me know. Like the video, subscribe or else.
Subscribe or else. Shopping stream.
Review here for you. Talk about some gaming peripherals. I'm going to talk about the Corsair Scimitar and the G600, and I'll probably be throwing comparisons in there to the Naga Epic. That is also a 12-key MOBA oriented mouse. You're probably wondering, oh, why do you have two mice? Well, this one right here is my go-to because this G600, which is super strong and indestructible, the right click finally gave out, and it's no longer working correctly. It's doing a non-response or a double click, and it's, I mean, I know you can fix it, you can replace it, and replace the key switches and things like that for the click, but well, I'm not gonna fuss with it. Why? I'll just swap it out and get a new mouse. So that's exactly what I did. I went ahead and picked up the this Corsair Scimitar, and it's a fantastic mouse. The thing I really dig about it is the sliding 12 key. So right here on the side, these keys move forward and back, whereas on the Logitech they are fixed and in position. I would have shown you the G600 lit up, but it's not lighting up because I don't have the software installed for it anymore. And that was actually one of my favorite things other than the ergonomics. This mouse is super comfortable, but the software was amazing. It worked super easy. It was very, very straightforward to set up. Worked very well. It's a fantastic setup. It's a good mouse. It's, like I said, it's probably the most comfortable mouse I've ever owned. And that's kind of saying a lot. I have big, big, big hands, so having a mouse that fits them is very important. So, back to the Scimitar, doing kind of a comparison here. The Scimitar is comfortable. After using it for a while, I did have to kind of adopt a different grip. My fingers kind of, I don't know how to describe it. They don't cradle the body of the mouse because there's less material here than there is on the G600. So, you know, I had to adopt a little bit different grip style to get it comfortable and really, really make the most out of it. I do use it for gaming, I use it for Photoshop, things like that, so I have macros set up for different things. So this mouse has 5 different zone lightings. It has your Corsair Sail logo, your 12 key, the DPI level indicator. That's not an easily adjustable bow and changing colors. And as I said, with the exception of the DPI indicator, for one that I have, which turns it red. and it's the same across all DPI levels. So, you know, there's different options, different settings, and things
in the
like
market
that.
for an MMO mouse, but don't know which one to go for. Well, in this video, I'm going over the Razer, Logitech, and Corsair mouse, and giving you all the reasons why the Corsair Scimitar reigns supreme.
Okay.
Friends, I have gotten the question many a times. What is the best? I recommend this because, like I said, there's 12 buttons on the side. But then if you couple this with modifiers on the keyboard, you can have up to 48 buttons with an MMO mouse. Now, that's not exclusive to the Corsair mouse. Any MMO mouse can do that. But when you start getting 48 buttons on one mouse, it feels overwhelming. But all the things I mentioned about the texture, being able to move the slider up and down, really make this mouse, in my opinion, the best mouse for MMOs on the entire market. And that's not an unbiased view. I have used them all, and this, I promise you, is hands down the best. Well, friends, hope you enjoyed this review of the Corsair Scimitar mouse, as well as the others as well. Just giving you my honest thoughts and my experience on what I've used over the past few years. Love to come hang out with you, and if you got any follow-up questions, want to learn more to Corsair, they actually have a fully patented key slider side panel. And what that means is this entire segment of buttons right here, all 12 buttons. This is incredible. I love the mouse wheel. The mouse wheel has the perfect amount of texture and clickiness. I don't like fragile, kind of flimsy mouse wheels, and I like there to be, like, when you can... Amazing. It is at a solid price point of $80, a little bit more on the high end, and I know you might be like, well, I didn't like it, and I didn't find the, you know, the texture of the 12-button Corsair Scimitar. This thing is amazing. The 12 buttons can be a little bit overwhelming.
What do you guys
think?
think?
Kind of feel like maybe you're getting lost with your 12 buttons. Here's, I think, is really great. I love the mouse wheel. The mouse wheel has the perfect amount of texture and clickiness. I don't like at the great click. You can really feel when it clicks down. It's not too light, but not too hard. It's just got the perfect amount for the mouse wheel, which I really absolutely love. But I've dropped it a few times. This thing is a tank. I've dropped it a few times. This thing is a tank. This thing has proven the test of time, and I highly recommend. If you guys are looking to get into MMOs, World of Warcraft, Final Fantasy 14, RuneScape 3, any game that's going to require you to have a lot of buttons, I recommend this because, like I said, there's 12 buttons on the side. But then if you couple this with modifiers on the keyboard, you can have up to 48
What do you think?
buttons with an MMO mouse. Now, that's not exclusive. But honestly, for me, I had nothing really bad into the settings and just disable it. Just disable the third mouse button because it was odd. It was strange. I couldn't find a use to it, especially in an MMO where I already had 12 buttons on the side and 2 profile buttons on top. So again, nothing really bad about the Logitech mouse. I thought the price was great, but nothing really good. And it was just, you know, it's just a plain black mouse, so kind of blah. Sure, there's some very limited RGB options. The mouse worked, it didn't break on me, but I didn't like it, and I didn't find the, you know, the texture of the 12 buttons to really help me keep track to where my fingers were. I just, overall, I thought it was decent. The price is good, but I wouldn't have recommended it. Now, I've used the Logitech for a year. I've used the Razer Naga for a year, and now I have found what I believe, and which is the point of this whole video, the best MMO mouse for any MMO, especially games like World of Warcraft, Final Fantasy 14, and that is the Corsair Scimitar. This thing is amazing. It is at a solid price point of $80, a little bit more on the high end. And I know you might be like, well, Susie, but you just kind of talked about how Razer's expensive and theirs is $80. But here's the deal. I don't think you're really getting much value out of the $80 for the Razer Naga, but you are getting it $80 out of Corsair. And Corsair has sales. Razer doesn't really have sales very frequently. Corsair doesn't have them all the time, but Corsair, in my opinion, from what I've seen, has more sales. than Razer does. And I think this mouse is very, very, very worth the $80. A few things. One, for me, the 12 buttons can be a little bit overwhelming, and it can kind of feel like maybe you're getting lost with your 12 buttons. Here's what Corsair does better than any other company on the market right now. You're gonna see this. I have actually here. It's a Corsair Scimitar mouse right here. You can see a few things. I talked about not getting lost, right? Your thumb not getting lost, you being able to tell where you are without, obviously, you don't want to have to look down at your mouse to see where you are. And so if you see the 12 buttons on the side of this mouse, the first row, 1, 2, and 3 is not textured. The second row, 4, 5, 6, not only has that little like line on the 5, so you know you're in the middle of all the buttons, but you can see it's textured. So I can tell where my finger is, and then row 7, 8, and 9 is untextured, so you can know where you are, and then again at 10, 11, and 12 goes back to being textured. So wherever my hand is, after you build some muscle memory, you are able to tell where your mouse is, which is incredible. The texture, it's absolutely incredible. It's also got a nice textured feel on the right side where it kind of holds your ring finger, which is nice. Remember, the Logitech has a third mouse button here, which I just found really odd and weird. This is not a button. You don't click this. This is not like an M3 or anything like that. This is just a nice kind of textured feel. Got like a rubber feel to hold your finger up, which I think is absolutely incredible. I love the shape of the mouse as a whole. It fits perfectly in my hand. I've got a little bit of a wider palm, so it fits perfectly in my hand, which I think is really, really great. I love the mouse wheel. The mouse wheel has the perfect amount of texture and clickiness. I don't like fragile, kind of flimsy mouse wheels, and I like there to be, like, when you can feel the individual scroll. I don't like when it's just like you spin it, it just spins. I like being able to feel the individual scroll, which is really nice. It's got the great click. You can really feel when it clicks down. It's not too light, but not too hard. It's just got the perfect amount for the mouse wheel, which I really, really absolutely love. But really, here's the big selling point. They have something that is actually exclusive to Corsair. They actually have a fully patented key slider side panel. And what that means is this entire segment of buttons right here. All 12 buttons. This is incredible. Depending on how long or short your thumb is, it comes with a tiny little Allen wrench. And you just, very, very simple, put it in there, loosen it, and you can actually move these either forward or backwards. Forward or backwards, so that if you've got a shorter thumb and you can't reach all the way to the front, move it backwards. You've got a longer thumb and the buttons are too close to your palm, move the buttons forward. And for me, and it's patented, so only Corsair can have it. So it's genius design. Absolutely genius design. Overall, the size is amazing. The aesthetic is great. I love the yellow accent. They do sell it in all black in case it's not your thing. I love the RGB. Comes in the Corsair logo, comes in the wheel, comes in the front, and comes, of course, on the all 12 buttons. And all of this is fully customizable within the IQ software, which is really, really great, that I love. And I think it's absolutely a fantastic mouse. But here's the thing. I have had this mouse for over 2 years. So I've used this mouse longer than I've used any other MMO mouse. Now, my Logitech mouse didn't break on me. I ended up giving it away. It didn't break on me, but it just didn't impress me. 2 of my Razer mice broke on me after 1 year. This bad boy has proven the test of time. I've used it for 2 years. And I don't just play World of Warcraft in my computer room. I bring it out to my living room. I play on the couch while I'm sitting next to my wife. I play out on my back deck with my laptop in the heat, in the humidity. I've dropped it a few times. This thing is a tank. This thing has proven the test of time, and I highly, highly recommend. If you guys are looking to get into MMOs, World of Warcraft, Final Fantasy 14, RuneScape 3, any game that's going to require you to have a lot of buttons, I recommend this because, like I said, there's 12 buttons on the side. But then if you couple this with modifiers on the keyboard, you can have up to 48 buttons with an MMO mouse. Now, that's not exclusive to the Corsair mouse. Any MMO mouse can do that. But when you start getting 48 buttons on one mouse, it feels overwhelming. But all the things I mentioned about the texture, being able to move the slider up and down, really, 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 really make this mouse, in my opinion, the best mouse for MMOs on the entire market. And that's not an unbiased view. I have used them all, and this, I promise you, is hands down the best. Well, friends, hope you enjoyed this review of the Corsair Scimitar mouse as well as the others as well. Just giving you my honest thoughts and my experience on what I've used over the past few years. And hey, if you got value out of this video, give it a good old thumbs up. Subscribe to this channel, but also let me know which MMO mouse are you using in the comments below. And last but not least, hey, come check out my live stream, SusieLive.com. I stream over on Twitch. Would love to get to know you. Love to come hang out with you. And if you got any follow-up questions, want to learn more about this, any of the tech that I use, any of the products I use, or just want to come hang out and talk video games, I'd love to get to know you. I stream Tuesday through Saturday, starting at 10:30 a.m. Eastern. We'd love to have you. Come hang out with us and friends. We'll see you in the next one.
You know what you want? Accurate tracking, quality materials, optimal weight, extra buttons, and ample RGB. But there are quite literally hundreds of gaming mice on the market, many of which tick all of those boxes. So why the green flaccid is everyone buying this one? I mean, the fight is so one-sided. It's gotten to the point where this is not just the top seller on Amazon, but Logitech even made themselves their own little custom award to commemorate that they make the top-selling gaming mouse on the freaking planet. I mean, how can a product line that was first announced at PAX 2014 still hold that crown? Can't be that.
Okay.
Can it? I know our sponsor is. Thanks.
Right back. And then we're gonna just chill for the night.
Boop, boop.
And we see here a creature which is categorized by a species named Matt Danks. This species is subject to get angry and salty, and is known to drink lots of coffee, and this species is on the brink of extinction. So if you see this, please catch it and call 911.
I drink 10 cups of coffee and get angry at kids while playing Fortnite. I try
Taking
to
the
kill
dogs
them
out.
inside, but when I miss, I get angry at them and say fuck them. I have a good server, so if you wanna talk to me, then come to me. And watching on the stage, it makes me so frustrated that my blood pressure gets saturated.
Shut the fuck up. What the fuck?
Oh my god, I can't wait to watch another stream!
Maybe someday you will finally be good at playing video games.
That day will sadly never come.
Fucking bitch, dude.
Had to let the doggies out. What up, guys? I'm back. I heard all that shit. That shit's loud as hell, you know what? Like super duper loud. What up, Thunder? You know what unhealthy ass shit I got today? Fucking monster, dog. Fucking monster. I don't even got a mouse anymore. What up? We're doing good. How are you, my dude? Give us some monster. I don't share drinks like that. You gotta get your own cup. Give us some. No. It's mine. I'm addicted to caffeine. You motherfucker. You wanna take that away from me? You wanna hurt me? You wanna hurt me? Get it, mother. Shut the fuck up. Meanie, meanie, meanie. Crab body. Stupido. I just fucking click on. Yo, this is crazy. Look at his intro. I wonder how long that would take to make.
Today's video is
Idiota.
sponsored by Shudder, the ultimate streaming service for horror, thriller, and supernatural movies and series. You could call it the Netflix of horror.
Oh my god,
Shudder's
I cannot
expertly
believe Matt
curated
Danks is at it
collection is
again!
filled to the
For the love of God, please stop verbally abusing kids in games! They cry after you yell at them. Is that what you want to set
The
as
case we're
future
covering
idol?
today has to be one of the
Oh,
most.
you want me to make a kid cry? Come here, Carlo. I said, get your own cup. Get your own cup. The fuck?
Intriguing and macabre rabbit holes I've talked about on this channel. It involves brutal slayings, bizarre clues, a corrupt sheriff's department, and a plethora of
Fucking
theories,
stupid.
rumors, and possible suspects.
Fuck with me.
With a whole tangled web of connections and motives to go
Not
over, I'll do my
Carlo.
best to streamline all
No,
the information
please.
and keep things
Not
coherent.
him.
So, throw on your detective
No.
hats, power up that grey matter, and join me as we try to make sense
Join me.
of the unsolved massacre
As I whack
at
my
cabin
dick.
number 28.
2 a.m. in the morning. I can't sleep.
The year was 1981.
Addicted to Pornhub.
Glenna, or as she preferred to be called, Sue Sharp, was a 36-year-old single mother. She and her 5 children, John, Sheila, Tina, Rick, and Greg, all lived together in the tiny, rundown town of Keddie, California. Their house, known as Cabin Number 28, was situated in the forested Sierra Nevada resort and was just as old and dilapidated as the town itself. Still, for a single woman with 5 other mouths to feed, it was cheap. It was also close to her brother's house, and far from her mean ex-husband, James. Despite the questionable condition of the cabin itself, the family seemed to enjoy living there. It was far larger than their previous home, and there was woodland throughout the resort for the youngsters to explore and play in.
Oh yeah.
There were also plenty of other people living at the resort to socialize with. Despite the forest surrounding them, this was far from the middle of nowhere. The Sharp family were now, seemingly, the happiest they had been in a long, long time. But in a cruel twist of fate, their newfound happy home was about to
This is
become
gonna
the
be
center
sad.
of utter carnage.
Oh, it's a massacre. Fuck.
April 11th was a Saturday, and for the Sharps, that meant hanging out with their newfound friends at the resort.
Oh, it was gonna be sad.
John was with his good friend, Dana Wingate, in Quincy, the next town over. Sheila and Tina were next door at a neighbor's cabin. Sue herself was at home, watching over her 2 youngest sons, Rick and Greg, as well as one of their friends, Justin Smart, a boy who was staying for a sleepover. This was just like any other Saturday, with nothing odd or noteworthy happening throughout the morning and afternoon. At 8:30 p.m., Greg went to bed, followed by Tina at 9:30. Rick and Justin stayed up until 10, watching TV with Sue in the living room. Sue herself stayed lying on the sofa, waiting for her eldest child, John, to return home with Dana. As for
Oh,
Sheila,
no.
she had decided to stay the night at the cabin next door. The following morning, at about 8 a.m., Sheila left the neighbor's cabin and made her way back to her family's. She opened the door to cabin 28 and was instantly met with a scene that doesn't bear thinking about. Lying face up in the living room, covered in blood and deep punctures, was her elder brother, John. His friend, Dana, lay face down beside him. In the same room, wrapped up in a yellow blanket, was her mother, Sue. All of them had their hands and ankles bound with medical tape and electrical cords, and none of them were breathing. As you can imagine, after stepping into that nightmare, Sheila immediately ran back out the front door and straight to her neighbor's cabin, screaming and crying for help. The neighbors contacted the Plumas County Sheriff's Office. While they waited for the officers and ambulances to arrive, Sheila and her neighbors went back to cabin 28. They peered in through a window.
That's terrifying.
Strangely, Rick, Greg, and Justin were all still fast asleep in their beds, alive and well. They had apparently slept through the entire incident. They pulled the youngsters through said window so that they wouldn't see the 3 bodies just outside their room. They then checked through the rest of the house, looking for Tina. Tina was nowhere to be found. She had been taken. Whoever had done this, whoever had taken her, they had left the back door unlocked. On the floor next to John was one of the instruments used in the slayings. A steak knife, its blade bent about 30 degrees. A second blade, as well as a hammer, were also found on a small table. In total, 5 officers arrived to examine the cabin. None of them
What
had
the
experience
fuck?
with preserving a crime scene of this nature, and only after all 5 of them had gone through the house did they start taking photos and documenting evidence. Their incompetence would have huge ramifications on the future of this investigation, not least because they failed to report Tina missing for several hours. During that time, the remains of Sue, John, and Dana were examined in depth. John was closest to the door. The right side of his throat had been slashed, and he had been struck in the right side of his head with a hammer. His hands were bound with a white cloth and tape, and his ankles with an extension cord, the other end of which was knotted around Dana's ankles. Dana, too, had been struck with a hammer and had also been shallowly stabbed, but ultimately he had been strangled. A much wider tape was used to secure Dana's hands, meaning 2 different rolls of tape had been used, indicative of there being more than one perp. The hammer used against Dana also wasn't the one found at the scene. As for Sue, she had been stabbed in the chest and through the neck, the blade hitting her spine. A narrower tape had been loosely wrapped around her hands and ankles, with 3 separate cords tightly wrapped around the tape. Her trousers had been pulled down, and she had been gagged with her own underwear. The blanket and sheet covering her had been taken from Tina's bedroom. Splatter on the living room walls and ceiling suggested that the massacre had all taken place in that very room, or while Rick, Greg, and Justin slept soundly just a few feet away. It's hard to believe they didn't wake up while all that was happening in the same cabin as them, especially since the home was so small and the walls so thin. Following this preliminary search of the cabin, a more thorough investigation began. Curiously, there was no sign of a forced entry, and a footprint by the back door suggested that's how the perps entered the cabin.
No.
Though it's unclear whether Sue left the door unlocked, or whether she had willingly let the attackers in. The curtains had been closed to stop any neighbors from looking inside, and the phone line had been severed. There were blade marks on several walls inside the house, and fingerprints were discovered on the inside of a door frame and on a railing. Pools of blood all over the living room floor and on the bottom of Sue's feet indicated that the perps had moved their victims around while they were still breathing. Next, the neighbors were questioned, and some interesting information came to light. A couple living in cabin 16 reported hearing muffled screams at around 1:15 a.m. Several other neighbors claimed to have heard a dog barking near cabin 28 that night, and that the Sharps' porch light suddenly turned on at 4 a.m. A few others noted the presence of an unfamiliar green van parked just outside cabin 28 at about 9 p.m. The local cats were also said to be acting very strangely that night, pacing around as if they sensed something was wrong. Those were all useful tidbits, sure, but what really stood out to the investigators during their questioning were the clues provided to them by Martin Smart, the father of Justin, who was sleeping over at cabin 28 the night of the incident. According to officers, Martin kept on feeding them an endless stream of clues, which they thought may have been a way for him to throw suspicion off himself. The most curious thing that Martin told them was that his claw hammer had gone missing from his toolbox. It seemed weird that he would bring that up out of the blue, especially since the cops hadn't yet told the public that a hammer was used by the perps, nor that one was missing from the scene. Despite Martin's suspicious tips, it was ironically his own son, Justin, who gave the authorities the most insightful evidence. The 12-year-old, no doubt confused and shocked by the events of that night, had originally told detectives that he had slept through the entire incident, just like Rick and Greg had. On various other occasions, though, he claimed to have heard the incident taking place in the other room, and other times even said that he had witnessed it. Obviously, he was young, so it's easy to understand how his mind may have been playing tricks on him, especially after experiencing something like that. Justin agreed to be hypnotized to help him recall his true memories from that night, after which he was able to give detectives a precise description of the events which he had witnessed. According to Justin, he was awoken at an unknown time by loud noises coming from the living room. He peeked through the door and saw 2 men he didn't recognize talking with Sue. One had greased back, black hair with a mustache and stood around average height. The other had long, blonde hair, was clean shaven, and was taller than average. Both were in their late 20s or early 30s, and, curiously, both of them wore sunglasses with golden frames and mirrored lenses. The situation was clearly tense, though Justin couldn't work out what they were talking about. That's
This is
when
fucked
Johnny
up.
Dana came home through the front.
At Hakaloogie.
Door.
In disgust, in
An
disgust.
argument immediately erupted between them and the two unknown men, and things quickly escalated. Young Tina came out to see what was happening, at which point one of the unknown men picked her up and walked out the back door with her. That's where Justin's memories of that night ended. Based on his descriptions, the authorities had these two composite sketches of the perps drawn up. Despite the authorities having access to the FBI's top artists, they instead approached an artist who had no experience in forensic sketching and asked him to draw these up instead. It's unclear why they made that decision. For the next 3 years, the authorities searched high and low for Tina, but turned up nothing. That is, until April 22nd, 1984, 3 years and 11 days after the cabin massacre.
What the fuck?
A man was out in the woods of Camp 18 in Butte County, a 2.5-hour drive from Keddie. While searching for bottles, he came upon an unusual-looking object, nestled in the leaves and dirt. He took a closer look at the thing, and soon realized what it was. The cranium of a human skull. Next to it was part of a mandible. This discovery was made public, after which the Butte County Sheriff's Office received a chilling phone call. On the other end of the line, an anonymous person told them they had just found the bones of Tina Sharp. Soon after, the remains were tested. The caller had been telling the truth. These were indeed Tina's remains. With this discovery, interest in the case was reignited. Unfortunately, that interest resulted in nothing more than a swirl of unsubstantiated rumors and theories. Theories like the Sharps had been slain as part of a cult ritual. And that's to say, this
This is
massive
terrifying.
development didn't actually result in any new, promising leads. That's essentially where this case hit a dead end. In the 41 years since the terrible incident at Cabin 28, neither of those two perps have been brought to justice. That being said, there are two major suspects. The aforementioned Martin Sharp and his friend and roommate, Bo Beatty. As mentioned, Martin lived next to the Sharp family, and his son Justin was staying over at their cabin on the night of the murders. That night, Martin had gone over to Sue's place, along with his wife, Marilyn, and the other suspect, Bo Beatty. They invited Sue to join them at a local bar. She turned down their offer, and the trio went off without her. They didn't stay long at that bar though, since Martin hated the rock music they were playing. They returned home, and Marilyn went to bed at 11 p.m. Just before she went upstairs though, Martin and Bo strangely told her that they were going back to the bar they had just left. They then returned home again, an hour later, around midnight. At 2 a.m., Marilyn awoke to find Martin and Bo burning some unknown objects in the wood stove and talking about John Sharp. That's suspicious to say the least. But let's say they were responsible. What would have been their motive for taking 4 lives? Well, according to Marilyn, her husband Martin, quote, hated Johnny Sharp with a passion. Bo, too, was no fan of John's. They'd had a run-in where John called Bo a punk to his face. Bo had also made a pass at Sue on the night of the incident, but she had turned him down, which allegedly enraged him. Both Martin and Bo were known for having mean tempers. For example, Martin was known to be violent towards his wife. When Marilyn confided in Sue about this, Martin became extremely angry, and he may have wanted her gone simply for knowing that information. As for Bo, he was a known lowlife, had a long criminal record which included robberies and break-ins, and had even done hits for the Chicago Outfit Mafia, an organization he had close ties with. It's also worth noting that after they officially became suspects, both Martin and Bo disappeared from California for a while. Martin fled to Reno, and, while there, sent his wife Marilyn a letter that ended thusly. I've paid the price for your love, and now that I've bought it with 4 people's lives, you tell me we're through? Great. What else do you want? Bizarrely, the police didn't think that this letter was worth looking into, and failed to document it as a piece of evidence. That's extremely suspicious. I mean, it's basically a signed confession. You could argue that the 4 lives Martin was referring to were his 4 children from a previous marriage, but personally, I'm not buying that. But what about the wording of the letter? I've paid the price for your love and bought it with 4 lives. It almost sounds as if he carried out the massacre for Marilyn. There are unconfirmed reports that Sue and Martin were having an affair behind Marilyn's back. Perhaps then, Marilyn...
Time out.
Found out about their entanglement.
This is fucked
and,
up.
under threat of divorce, had Martin take care of business for her. And that's just speculation. On top of the letter, Martin confessed to his counselor that he had indeed killed Sue and Tina, but flat out denied having anything to do with the slayings of John or Dana. Many people, including Marilyn Smart, believe that Martin and Bo were the ones responsible for taking Sue, John, and Dana's lives. Yet, despite all the evidence against them, the authorities never felt like it was strong enough to charge either man. According to Sheriff Doug Thomas, Martin had voluntarily taken a polygraph test and passed with flying colours, which, apparently, proved he was innocent. But I think we all know how unreliable those tests can be. When Martin and Bo were brought in for questioning, the sheriff also made sure that they were interviewed together rather than separately, basically breaking the first rule of the interrogation handbook. It would later come to light that Sheriff Thomas was a close personal friend of Martin's, and may have even told him to skip town after he and Bo became suspects. Unless Martin was intentionally trying to insert himself into the case for the thrill of it, I'd say it's pretty obvious he was responsible. One plausible timeline of events goes like this. In the daytime, Martin sent his son, Justin, to stay over at Cabin 28 to give the illusion that he wasn't involved in any way. At 9 PM, when Martin, Bo and Marilyn went to invite Sue out, the 2 men were actually casing the cabin to see who was home. At 11 PM, when they claimed to be going back to the bar, they both actually snuck over to Sue's place, but were surprised by the appearance of John and Dana. The 2 lads had tempers of their own, so things quickly got out of hand when they tried to defend Sue. Martin and Bo overpowered them and ended their lives. They also took care of Tina, who had witnessed the whole thing, hid her nearby, and later dumped her at Camp 18. At 2 AM, they were actually burning evidence of their crime in the wood stove. Again, that's all speculative. Bo passed back in 1988, though some believe his mob connections helped him fake his own death. Martin passed away in June of 2000. In 2016, the claw hammer that was missing from the scene was found at the bottom of a pond in Keddy.
Pond in
The
Keddy?
description of the one that had disappeared from Martin's toolbox. That same year, new, more trustworthy detectives said that they were looking into 6 unnamed suspects who were still alive and who hadn't been properly examined at the time. The most recent development occurred in 2018, when authorities announced that they had recovered DNA from a piece of the medical tape. They said that the DNA matched with a still living suspect, but didn't disclose their name. Despite that huge finding, there have been no new developments or updates in the past 4 years. That may mean that the DNA belonged to an innocent person, or that the tape had been mishandled by officers while stored in evidence. That, or Martin and Beau actually had a third accomplice, one who was still alive in 2018. Perhaps Marilyn?
That's what I was thinking.
She passed
The
in
lady.
2020.
Oh.
There is actually another suspect in this case. That being Sheila Sharp, Sue's own daughter, who spent the night at the neighbouring cabin. I hesitated about adding this to the script, since I don't want to cast suspicion on a family member of the victims. But the author of Keddy28.com has put forward an argument about their possible involvement, which has gained a lot of attention. So I'll go over that here now. But let me be clear that this is just one person's theory, and not my own. According to the author, Sheila wasn't very fond of her mother, Sue. As he states, we do know for a fact that just 2 short months before the incident, at the age of just 13,
13
Sheila
years old.
actually gave birth to her own daughter. It's believed that the father was a young man named Richard Meeks, the son of Marilyn Smart's friend. According to Keddy28's author, Sheila viewed her new daughter as an opportunity to escape her own family and join the Meeks household. However, against Sheila's will, her mother Sue put the baby up for adoption. This angered both Sheila and the Meeks family, who then conspired to have Sue killed. Since Sue was supposedly having an affair with Marilyn's husband, Martin, she too wanted Sue gone. Marilyn, Sheila, and the Meeks then came together and hatched a devious plan. Sheila would convince her neighbours at Cabin 27 to let her stay the night, despite never having slept there before, while also making sure to switch off the lights around her own cabin and leaving the door unlocked. Martin, Beau, and Marilyn were then free to enter the cabin and end Sue's life. What they didn't plan on was being interrupted by John, Dana, and Tina. As a result, they had to be taken care of too. Again, this is just one theory, but I thought it was worth mentioning. Personally, I don't think Sheila had anything to do with what happened to her family, and that she was just extremely lucky to be staying at Cabin 27 that fateful night, rather than Cabin 28.
Dude.
But I think we can all agree that Martin and Beau were most certainly involved, and that they never faced justice for their actions. I don't think we can brush that off as just being the result of police incompetence either. I think it's something much more sinister than that. 1 or 2 mistakes is incompetence, but the amount of times the original officers on this case screwed up and ignored vital evidence, well, I'm all but certain their incompetence was intentional. Either Martin's good friendship with Sheriff Thomas got them off the hook, or Beau's connections in the Chicago mob were able to dissuade or buy off the authorities. But what do you think?
Scary.
Could a corrupt sheriff's department, and perhaps even the feds, have tried to protect the culprits and cover things up? Was there more going on beneath the surface in this case that we simply don't know about? All I know is that this is one of the most riveting and dark rabbit holes I've dug around in for a while. We can only...
That was dark.
So the Western Gate. Look at this guy. Godville.
This is a female, actually.
Oh, look at this girl. Why, hello, miss. Oh.
Go, I'm scared. Go, I'm scared.
It appears she would rather disintegrate than talk to us, Glug. This is very unfortunate and crushing to my self-esteem, to be quite frank.
What the fuck? That was awesome.
It's just very tight.
Her writing.
Top 5 YouTubers who caught ghosts in their
Top five.
videos. Megan Curry. Megan Curry is filming a YouTube video with her roommates when they begin to hear strange knocking sounds coming from somewhere in the house.
I went to the 99-cent stores. Jesus.
What was that?
Is it Amanda?
What was that?
Maybe she forgot her keys. That was like such an aggressive knock.
I opened the door, I poked my head out, and then like I didn't see it anymore.
I don't know. Okay, let's try that again. I went to the 99-cent stores. Jesus.
What was that?
They believe that someone might have broken into their home and they call the police. However, after a sweep of the premises,
scary.
no intruder is found. Megan returns to recording her vlog when the closet door behind her suddenly closes on its own.
Hey, I'm a baby. I bruise easily.
Wait, Maggie.
Yeah.
Did you close the closet door?
What closet door?
No.
Why would I close that? Wasn't it closed before? Are
Why
you
would I
trying
close
to scare
that?
me?
No.
'Cause it's
No,
open,
no, no.
you
'Cause
crazy.
it's like really not the time. Let's watch the footage. Like we have to keep filming.
No, are you fucking kidding me? Like that's such a bad idea.
That scared me.
Things take an even stranger turn when the girls find that the door to Megan's room has been locked from the inside.
How would it lock? I'm out here.
No, your door's locked.
How would it lock from the outside?
I'm doing this.
No. I'm not trying to scare you, Amanda. I didn't lock my door. Did you lock my door?
No, I didn't touch it.
We gotta get the key and open it.
Oh, what the fuck? Maggie, no.
I have to take the camera.
When they finally get the door open, the room looks like it's been ransacked, with all the drawers open and decorations and knickknacks lying broken on the floor. When one of the roommates goes to the kitchen to fetch paper towels to help clean up, she is shocked by what she finds.
What? No, Amanda, stop scaring me. You're scaring me.
Go in the kitchen.
I don't want to go in the kitchen. What is she doing? Oh my god, no. We have to get out right now. Come on, we need to.
Michael D. McGee, Connect Ghost. YouTuber Michael D. McGee claims that he has regularly experienced paranormal activity in his home, including doors and cupboards opening by themselves and strange noises in the middle of the night. One night he set up a Microsoft Kinect camera to film his kitchen while he slept. Kinect cameras are sometimes used by ghost hunters because they use infrared light and will try to lock onto any shape or figure in the room that is detected as possibly being a human body, even if the figure is not visible to the naked eye. Well, this night the Kinect seems to lock onto something that is not quite human, moving the kitchen drawers and cupboards around.
That's probably fake.
As you can see in the footage, the Kinect seems to pick up on something that it believes to be a person just after the cupboard door opens, slams shut, and then reopens. The Kinect picks up the strange figure again as a drawer near the stove opens and closes, seemingly on its own.
I don't get what that's supposed to be. I don't see how that's supposed to be relevant. You know what I mean?
Morgs. Morgs does a channel with his parents that is primarily aimed at kids. He posted a video in mid-June where he's playing a game called, quote, The Floor is Lava, with his mom in an old abandoned tunnel.
That is actually mental. Don't remember to. Okay. Don't forget to leave.
He was shocked when he read the comments on his video. It seems that some viewers had spotted an odd mist appearing out of nowhere in one scene in the video. Morgs made a follow-up post reacting to what viewers had found.
There, okay. Timestamp is 9:28 if you want to take a look for yourself. Look here, over Mum's shoulder, to the right portion of the screen. There, right there, like a cloud of smoke, but it wasn't smoky one bit, not one bit. This is a tunnel. It was damp, there was drips coming from, but there was not a bit of smoke, not a single bit of smoke, and that is a promise, I swear. Let's watch it again, but let's slow it down to 0.25 speed and take another look. Okay, it's here. Watch, guys. Get ready. Watch in the black bit, in the black. Wait, what is that? What actually is that? Where does that actually come from? Now that I'm watching it back, it is so clear. What is that then? It's a completely different shade of colour. You can actually see it. It's like... But the thing is, it just comes out of nowhere.
Logan Paul and George Janko. Now, Logan Paul is certainly not the typical paranormal investigator, but when he saw a particularly bizarre paranormal video posted by his friend George Janko, he actually did an examination and breakdown of his friend's creepy video.
So I'm gonna show you the clip from his vlog first, and then we'll dive into the actual file itself. This is from his vlog. I'm only gonna show you a little bit because that's all that's necessary, but check it out.
There's a creepy hut over there. We're gonna go check it out. Yo, what is that right there? That place. Dude, there's a cat right there. There's a cat.
Did you see that? Did you see that? I'm gonna play it again.
Dude, there's a cat right there. There's a cat.
What the? What was that? You know, so my first reaction was to go back and play it in slow motion.
Dude, there's a cat right there. There's a cat.
Confirmed. Still a ghost. Still a f***ing ghost. Okay, this is the original file. This is not an edited vlog. This is the 3-minute clip that was thrown into his vlog. The quality should be as high as it can be. Right here we see the ghost approaching, right? Okay, we see his shadow clearly. I'm gonna move this so you guys can get a, all right, so we don't see his shadow. Ghosts don't have shadows. We see the spirit, and then George's flashlight goes across. It crosses his body, and you can see it like, it crossed! It crossed, bro! Oh my god!
Dude, there's a cat right there. There's a cat.
H3H3 Productions, Ghost Hunt. Now, this next video is my absolute favorite because not only do Ethan and Gila of H3 Productions never post fake videos, but they've actually exposed other YouTubers who posted fake ghost videos. Like Lance Stewart, for example.
Like, it almost seems fake to me because of the fact that you see this in movies and like you don't expect this to actually happen in real life, or this actually does happen. Well, it happened to me, which makes no sense on how, like, I'm still confused and baffled by it.
So I know Sir Lancelot says it doesn't make sense, but I think that it really does make sense. Now, if you look at Lance's jerk-off lotion next to the bed, you can see it's cut in half. I mean, it's really just a shitty green screen here. They didn't even bother to line it up well. But all of a sudden, when he's dragged out of the room, it pops right back into place. And when you get a little bit further, if you pause it right here, you can see a rope coming off the end of his foot. Or a little ghost jizz? I don't know. It's a toss-up. It could be ghost jizz.
So Ethan and Gila went on a ghost hunt with their friend musician Post Malone to a haunted water dam. Now, it's obvious early on that Gila is already a bit freaked out.
Sounds corny and shit, but we just need to make sure that everything is like, just make sure we have no ill intentions. So guys, thanks for having us here. We're just here to see what's going on. We're here to make sure.
What the fuck? What the fuck? No!
It's just a bottle? I'll just...
Hila, what the hell?
Holy shit. Scared the hell out of me. I think
Hila,
I touched you on accident.
wait.
I think it was the bottle.
Hila,
These guys are lame.
Powerade demon, I don't know.
Eli, don't do that again.
Can we just get on with it?
You gotta be like, you're the cameraman, you gotta be the rock.
Eli, what happened?
That's true.
You're the rock.
Okay, tone it down.
What happened?
What happened?
Gatorade bottle?
I think it was this possessed Powerade bottle.
Despite feeling a bit uneasy, Ethan and Hila continue on the ghost hunt. While Ethan talks almost constantly through the 80-minute video,
People need to stop talking, first of all.
it seems that something else might be trying to communicate with Hila. Listen closely to this clip.
Yeah, right? You're right. It's a biological need and it's not meant as disrespect. Yeah, right? You're right. It's a biological need and it's not meant as disrespect. Yeah, right? You're right. It's a biological need and it's not meant as disrespect.
Now this video was actually deleted from the H3H3 Twitch feed because they felt that the ghost hunt was a complete fail.
First of all, the main reason was because it just was like off-brand. It was a really shitty video, and YouTube was gonna
really like it.
YouTube was gonna suggest it to people, and it doesn't really represent the channel well. So we're like, this is shitty. When we finished that, we're like, this video's garbage. It's not usable. I'm not even gonna watch it.
But since nothing can ever be deleted from the internet, the ghost hunt video was immediately re-uploaded to YouTube by a fan, and the creepy incident immediately got attention in the video comments. So we know that H3 Productions, Ethan and Hila never post fake videos. So just what is this creepy voice?
Right. It's a biological need and it's not meant as disrespect.
Did Hila actually catch a real EVP of a ghost calling her name? Or is it just some bizarre audio glitch? Let me know what you think down in the comments. Papa bless.
Down in the comments. Tasty. It was actually pretty spooky. Some of them, at least.
Top 10 scary stories that are real. Coming in number 10, we have The Woman in the Cupboard. Now this one is really strange, really odd. In 2000, a man in Japan became suspicious when food started disappearing from his apartment. So the man decided to set up cameras all around the place in the hope of catching whoever was doing this. When he got home the next day, he looked at the camera footage and he was very creeped out to see a woman walking around his house. He thought she was a burglar and she'd just come to steal some stuff when he was out, and so he rang the police. But when officers searched the place, they found a 58-year-old woman hiding in the top of a cupboard designed to store bedding and mattresses. What? This was just enough room for her to lie down, and she had been living in the cupboard the whole time, lying there perfectly still in the dark, just meters away from him, waiting for him to leave so she could use the house as if it were her own. Now, I don't know about you guys, but I think I'm going to do a quick check of every single cupboard in my house when I get home, and by quick I mean 10 hours. Next up at number 9 now, we have Armin Meiwes. This story is not really for those with a delicate stomach, so look away if that's you. In the early 2000s, Armin visited a little known website called the Cannibal Cafe. He posted a list looking for a well-built 18 to 25-year-old to be slaughtered and then consumed. His words, not mine. Yeah, normally young adults want good jobs, they want to travel, maybe find a partner and be slaughtered and then consumed, apparently. Amazingly, a few people actually replied and then backed out, presumably when they realized it was insane. But one man, Bernard Brandes, actually went to Armin's house. They then made a video of Armin cutting off his penis. He then tried to cook it and eat it, but it got burnt apparently, so he fed it to his dog. This happened. As Brandes bled to death in the bathtub, Armin gave him alcohol and 20 sleeping pills and then read a Star Trek book for 3 hours. He then kissed him and then killed him and then froze the flesh for 10 months while he lived off it and ground the bones into flour. Amazingly, he was only caught when he posted online the following year looking for his next meal and victim and bragged about what had happened before. He is now serving life in prison. Moving on to number 8 now, we have the Silent Twins. Jennifer and June, the Gibbons twins from the UK, were known as the Silent Twins because they only ever talked to each other. Their sisterly love, and then there was this. The girls were absolutely obsessed with each other and gradually began to shun the community around them, who were not very welcoming to the girls. Eventually, they developed their own language and started communicating and committing crimes together, such as arson. This led them to be committed to a mental health institution for 14 years. June later said the whole thing went too far, and although we longed to be normal, we couldn't break out. It was too late, we were twins, but our personalities clashed. She wrote in her diary that her sister was a dark shadow, robbing her of sunlight. Now, psychologists deemed them deeply disturbed, and the girls felt so trapped, they said the only way that one of them could lead a normal life was if the other one died and freed them. The day after they were released from the institution, Jennifer died from a rare heart inflammation. June began to speak to others and went on to live a normal life for the first time. She wrote the epitaph on her sister's gravestone that read, "We once were two, we two made one. We no more two, through life be one. Rest in peace." Creepy. Coming in number 7, I'm Watching You. In 2015, a woman called Chelsea Clark from Toronto was watching movies in bed with her boyfriend. The next day, after work, she logged into her Facebook account and saw that she had a message from someone she didn't know. Now, Chelsea thought this was quite strange because her settings didn't allow messages from strangers. The message was titled, "Really Cute Couple." Chelsea opened it to find a guy with his profile picture as the Joker had sent pictures of her and her boyfriend in bed the night before to her. The account was deleted soon after, and police investigations have made no leads at the moment. So, next time you're watching something on your laptop, guys, maybe your tablet or your phone at night, someone could be watching right back at you. Next up at number 6, The Cemetery Clown. In 2015, Julie Graham and her husband were driving past Rose Hill Cemetery at night when they spotted a figure climbing over the cemetery gate. They captured this picture, but it wasn't until they looped back around that they realized it was a clown. They tried to get a bit closer for a better look, and that's when they saw him standing alone in the middle of the gravestones, slowly waving at them. And yes, that is the creepiest looking wave of all time. He didn't seem scared or bothered by them at all, but before the couple could even understand what was going on, the clown slowly turned around and walked into the darkness of the cemetery. Now, when police investigated all of this the next day, they found no signs of vandalism or disturbance in the graveyard, leading many people to wonder what the cemetery clown was doing that night and if he's going to be seen again. Coming in number 5 now, we have The Children. In the 90s, respected journalist Brian Bethel shared a story that changed his and many others' opinions on the paranormal. One evening, Brian said he was parked outside of the local movie theater and filling out a check for someone. Then he looked up to see 2 boys standing next to the car in the darkness, no more than 10 or 12 years old. Now, before they even spoke, Brian said he was gripped with fear. He couldn't explain why, and that it was just incomprehensible and soul-racking. Only one of the boys spoke, and they said they wanted to see a movie, but they had left their money at home and asked if Brian could give them a ride back to get their money. Now, Brian avoided looking at them because of the fear and instead looked up to see that the last show had already started and there was no way they'd make it back in time. The boy said it wouldn't take long. He said they were just 2 little kids. He said they didn't have a gun or anything. Now, that last sentence scared Brian the most, and as the feeling of terror consumed him, he realized his hand was already moving to unlock the door. That's when he looked up to see their eyes. They were deep, cold black. Brian quickly made his excuses, but as he tried to drive away, the kid started banging on the window and said,
"We can't come in unless you tell us it's okay. Let us in."
Okay, at number 4, we have Robert the Doll. Now, this doll was given to a boy, Eugene Otto, in 1904 by a Jamaican woman who worked with the family, who was supposedly a practicer of black magic and voodoo. She had supposedly cursed the doll because she was unhappy with how the family had treated her, and they soon reported hearing conversations between Eugene and Robert the Doll. At night, his parents would hear Eugene scream, and when they ran into the bedroom, they would find the furniture around Robert had been thrown around. When the family left to go on trips, the neighbors reported seeing Robert move from window to window of the house, and they would sometimes hear the doll let out a terrifying cackle. Over time, the house was sold on to a new family, but the doll remained there. The new owner, a 10-year-old girl, also screamed in the night and claimed that Robert would move, and at one time he even tried to attack her. These days, he sits in the Fort East Martello Museum in Florida and was the inspiration for the horror movie Child's Play. Moving on to number 3 now, we have Murder Castle. In 1886, pharmacist H.H. Holmes bought a number of properties in Chicago that left him owning an entire city block. He began renovating them into a hotel. He would hire some workers for one part and others for a different area, so nobody really knew the full extent of the hotel's layout. It was finished just in time for the 1893 World's Fair in Chicago, where people from all over the world descended on the city. But this wasn't a normal hotel. Almost every part of it was some sort of torture chamber. For most of that year, he trapped unsuspecting guests in their rooms to kill them. There were gas chambers and also rooms to suffocate people or starve them to death, as well as a hanging room. I'm not even sure what a hanging room means, but sounds pretty nasty. The whole building was designed to confuse the victims and give them a false sense of hope. There were staircases that led to absolutely nowhere and doors that were totally bricked off. Once they were dead, Holmes disposed of the bodies through a specially designed chute to dump them into the basement and then incinerate them in huge furnaces. He is known as America's first serial killer. Moving on to number 2, we have the real Leatherface. This is the story that inspired the movies Psycho, Silence of the Lambs. So, what real life story could produce such horror? It's the story of Ed Gein. This man had a disturbed obsession with his own mother, who had raised him during the earlier 20th century, with strict religious teachings about the sins of lust and desire. Now, after she died in 1945, Ed began to spiral into the life of a serial killer. At first, he would dig up bodies of recently buried females and cut off their body parts to keep as trophies before placing them back in the graves. Then he stepped it up and began a killing spree before police finally caught him. When they discovered the dismembered body of a woman in his farmhouse shed, investigators were also horrified by what else they found. A freshly cooked human heart was on the stove, ready to be eaten. He'd made drinking bowls out of their skulls, and the creepiest thing, I think, was what he had done with his victim's skin. He used them to make furniture, face masks, and women's clothes out of women's skin. I know the horror movie classics were inspired by this, but yeah, they can't really touch on how creepy this really was. And finally at number 1, we have the death of Elisa Lam. Elisa was a 21-year-old Canadian woman who was visiting LA in 2013. She stayed at the Cecil Hotel in downtown LA and had been calling her parents every single day on her visit. But then on January 31st, the calls suddenly stopped and her worried parents reported her missing to the police. She seemed to have just vanished out of nowhere. Then on February 14th, the police released this video of her behaving very erratically in the hotel elevator. She seemed to exit and then re-enter, and then started making some sort of gesture to something in the hallway outside. At one point, she simply crouches as if to hide from whatever is out there. Eventually, guests of the hotel started complaining about the water, saying it was black, foul-tasting, and had low pressure. Now, when staff went to investigate the water tank on the roof of the hotel, they found Elisa Lam's decomposing body. That's why the water was black. Oh god. The police don't know how she got onto the roof, which was locked and alarmed, or how she got into the tank and then replaced the lid from the inside, or what was going on in that elevator. Something really creepy. Some people think that this all points to a murder, others say it was supernatural in nature, that Elisa was actually possessed. Millions of people have now watched the infamous elevator video, and many people say something about it is very, very disturbing. Will it ever be solved? Well guys, those are our 10 stories with that lethal combination of being scary and real, but which one was your favorite? Have I missed any good ones out that you guys know about? Maybe we should put them into a part 2. Starting off at number 10, we have the killer body fumes. In 1994, Gloria Ramirez was rushed to hospital with breathing problems and ended up dying from heart and kidney failure. While they were trying to save her, the ER staff inserted an IV drip into her and drew some blood. They said it smelt like ammonia, and some people reported her skin being covered in a strange oily layer. The nurse then noticed strange particles floating in the blood. Soon, she fainted. Then the doctor left the room, sat down, and also fainted. Next, a respiratory therapist in the room fainted. People started dropping like flies. When they woke up, they couldn't stop shaking and their skin felt like it was on fire. The ones who were closest to Gloria Ramirez ended up being hospitalized for days, but out of the 37 emergency room staff members, 23 of them experienced some of these strange symptoms. Scientists have struggled to put forward a theory as to why Gloria Ramirez's body was just so toxic and how fumes from her blood were just so dangerous. Coming at number 9 now, we have The Watcher. In 2014, a family in Westfield, New Jersey were forced to flee their brand new $1.3 million home after receiving letters from someone who called themselves The Watcher. Now, The Watcher had told the new family that the home had been in his family for decades and that they were put in charge of watching and waiting for its second coming. Now, if that doesn't sound creepy enough, wait till you hear this. The Watcher then asked if the family's children had found what's in the walls yet, and also said, "I am pleased to know your names now and the names of the young blood you have brought to me." Quite rightly, the family left soon after that, and the police never found out who the Watcher really was. No new letters have been sent, and it's thought the Watcher is just waiting to watch the new arrivals. Next up at number 8 now, we have Heaven's Gate. In 1974, a group called Heaven's Gate formed in the United States. They believed the Earth was about to be recycled. All life would apparently be wiped out, and the only way for them to be saved was to evacuate the planet and get onto a spacecraft that was traveling behind an approaching comet. How? By committing mass suicide. This UFO would then apparently take their souls to a level of existence above human. On March 26, 1997, their bodies were found at a rented California ranch. 38 members had killed themselves by taking a lethal cocktail. Police found all of them lying neatly in their own bunk beds. Their faces were covered with a square purple cloth. All of them had black sweatpants and joggers on, brand new Nike shoes and armband patches that said Heaven's Gate Away Team. This was not a joke. Tapes that they had recorded before the mass suicide can be found on YouTube right now. Coming in at number 7, we have Facebook from Beyond the Grave. In 2014, Reddit user Nate SW shared a very chilling story. On the 7th of August 2012, his girlfriend Emily was killed in a car crash. They had been dating for 5 years. 13 months passed with Nate trying to move on from that, and then on September 4th, 2013, he got a Facebook message from her. At first, Nathan presumed it was from Emily's mother, who he had given the Facebook password to. A few more months passed, and then the messages continued again, making references to some of their past conversations. Then he started getting notifications from her where she would tag herself in his pictures in empty spaces where she should have been. No matter how many times he changed the password, the messages just kept coming. Eventually, she started to say she was cold, really cold. She was freezing and didn't know what was happening to her. To this day, Nathan still doesn't know if this was some sort of sick joke or a chilling message from beyond the grave. In at number 6 now, we have
really
Joseph
terrifying and shitty.
Metheny. Before our story even begins, Joseph had already killed 10 people in a number of different grisly ways. The victims were usually crack cocaine addicts or prostitutes that he would hack to death with an axe under a bridge. One witness, who was just fishing nearby, got beaten to death with a steel pipe simply for just seeing a murder take place. Joseph was still not caught, and so he opened his own burger stand, like you do. Now, whenever he killed a new prostitute, he would use the meat in his burgers that he would sell to people. When he was eventually caught and arrested, Metheny told police, "I would also sell real roast beef and pork sandwiches. They were very good. The human body taste was very similar to pork. If you mix it together, no one can tell the difference." Next up at number 5 now, we have the cell phone stalker. In 2007, a family in Washington state started getting unwelcome calls on their phones. Throughout the night, the calls threatened to kill their children, the grandparents, and the pets, and creepily, they would also get voicemails of their own private conversations, and even one where they were talking to a police detective about this whole thing. Disturbingly, when the phone call's origins were traced, they seemed to come from the family's own phones, even when they were switched off. Their phone company said this should not be possible. At one point, even the neighbor got a call. She was apparently slicing limes in her kitchen when the stalker called and said he preferred lemons. No matter how many times they changed their phones, the calls just kept coming. The stalker was never caught, and in the end, the family said if they go a day without a call, that's a good day. Okay, moving on to the number 4 spot now, we have The Girl in the Box. In 1977, 20-year-old Colleen Stan was kidnapped while hitchhiking from her home in Oregon. Her captors, Cameron and Janice Hooker, took her to the Californian hills and kept her in a sort of coffin-like box. Colleen would often spend 23 hours in this box at a time, only being allowed out to be beaten, raped, and tortured. This went on for 7 years, from 1977 until 1984. At that point, Janice Hooker, one of the captors, finally went to the police and told them everything. Colleen was rescued, reunited with her family, and underwent a lot of therapy to try and live a normal life again. I'm amazed that anyone could do that after spending 7 years locked in a coffin for sometimes 23 hours a day. Next up at number 3, we have the Hinterkaifeck murder. In 1922, an entire family living at the Hinterkaifeck farm in Germany were killed by wounds from a pickaxe. The parents, widowed daughter, her children, and even the housekeeper were all found dead.
Called the banana.
And 1970. Scratches on her forehead and bruises on her fingers. It looked like she had tried desperately to get out when she started foaming at them, waking dead. This story comes from Honduras, where a girl called Nacy Perez went into a panic attack after hearing gunshots. When she started foaming at the mouth, a priest was called to exorcise her of an evil spirit. Soon though, she was pronounced dead in hospital and buried in her wedding dress at the cemetery. A day after the funeral, her husband was visiting her grave when he heard banging and screaming coming from inside the concrete tomb. A graveyard worker confirmed hearing the exact same thing. The family arrived, smashed open the tomb, and took her to hospital. Her cousin said she put her hand on her body and she was still warm. She had scratches on her forehead and bruises on her fingers. It looked like she had tried desperately to get out of the casket and had hurt herself. She was pronounced dead again at the hospital and buried for a second time. Some people say she didn't actually die the first time and instead might have woken up inside the coffin and died from lack of oxygen. And finally now, at number 1, we have Rodney Alcala. This man is a convicted rapist and serial killer who has been sentenced to death for the murder of 5 women between 1978 and 1979. The scary thing is, it's thought he could have killed as many as 50. Right in the middle of this killing spree, Rodney Alcala was accepted as a contestant on the dating game TV show where men compete for a date with a bachelorette.
I remember that.
In the TV footage, it's incredibly disturbing to see this man flirting with women as he had just killed 2 women recently.
I'm called the banana, and I look really good.
Not long after, Rodney Alcala would go on to kill 2 more women. Horrifyingly, he actually beat the other contestants. The only sliver of light in this dark story is the fact that the woman that he won the date with eventually refused to go on the date with him because she found him creepy. I hope someone studied her superhuman senses because that woman was on the ball. Well guys, what do you think of all of those? Are you creeped out? Do you want a part 3 perhaps? What's the scariest 10 from user Mom Says I'm Pretty? They said that when they were a kid, they were sleeping with their mom one night in her bed when they woke up in the middle of the night to see their cat sitting in the bedroom doorway. He walked towards them and meowed. They turned to face their mother and tried to wake her up. Took a few seconds, but when she finally did, they looked back and there, across the hallway in their own bedroom door, they saw a man walking slowly out of the room. They were on the first floor, so their mother threw them out of the window where they ran to a neighbor and called 911. The house was totally locked when they went to sleep, and police said they think the man had been hiding in the house until nighttime. Alright, coming in at number 9 now. Reddit user SkyShadow42 told a story about how his wife's grandmother was walking back from the library one day where she volunteered at. About halfway along the wooded walk, she noticed someone behind her. Soon, the man was right up close to her. He started matching her pace. She started to panic, but she knew she was almost home. She was just 100 yards away, and she could feel his breath on the back of her neck when suddenly it happens. He puts his hand on her shoulder and says in a sinister voice, "Okay, don't turn around and hand over your purse or I'll cut you." Doesn't sound the same coming from me. She stops, she steps forward, she turns around and shoots him in the neck with a gun that she's always kept in her purse. This was Texas. The man died in a hospital prison 5 years later, and the family was left with a pretty scary story to tell everyone. Next up at number 8, Reddit user Lenny AK told the story of being a little kid living in Eastern Europe. One day, when he and his cousin were about 8 or 9 years old, they were walking through the woods. Suddenly, in the bushes, they saw a man just standing there. He had his back towards them and was wearing nothing but underwear, dress shoes, and a watch. They froze and stared at him. He must have heard them because he began to slowly turn around to reveal a terrifyingly creepy smile on his face. He then began to make a beckoning motion with his finger. They both ran away as fast as they could, and they said they've never ran faster since. Moving on to number 7, Reddit user Faux Fox told the story of their family vacation years ago to Missouri. They arrived at the house at 1 a.m. and were all hungry from their long drive. His father, mother, and younger sisters wanted to see if a nearby McDonald's was open. He was so tired that he said he would stay back at the house. The mother said that one of the sisters would be staying with him too. As he fell asleep watching TV in the living room, he heard the pitter-patter of footsteps along the hallway behind him and assumed it was his sister. He got a call from his mother to ask what he wants to eat, and he could hear both of his sisters in the background. She confirmed that they had both ended up going with them, and then suddenly he heard a giggle come from somewhere behind him. He stood up to look around but saw nothing and said he stood in the corner of the room until everyone got back. At the number 6 spot, Reddit user Grumpy Dietitian told the story of her friend who was a medical student. She got back to her apartment at 1 p.m. one Sunday and had a lot of work to catch up on. She sat at the kitchen table for about 5 or 6 hours solid, just doing work. Suddenly, she looks up across the hallway to her bedroom to see a man casually walking out of the room. There were no other entrances there. She was sat by the front door. He had been there the whole time that she had. He froze in the doorway to her kitchen. She also froze. They stared at each other. Then her phone rang, which startled them both. She got up to answer it. He ran out of the door. Apparently, she moved to a new apartment soon after and got a huge dog. Next up at number 5, Reddit user NappyBoy28 was renting a place in Bath in the UK one spring. While in bed one night, he heard the outside gate open and close quietly, putting him on alert. He heard the footsteps of a person walking on gravel to their front door. The motion sensor light suddenly flickered on. A shadow darted against the wall outside of their room. He ran to the kitchen, grabbed a massive knife and stood by their door waiting to pounce, but there was only silence. Eventually, he heard the sound of someone running away and the gate slamming shut behind them. They didn't know if it was a robber, an attacker, or some other sinister figure, but the memory still gives them goosebumps to this day. At number 4 now, one Reddit user told the story of moving to a new area when she was 10 years old and making friends with a 12-year-old girl. One night her friend Rob was hanging out with the girl and her younger brother. They were home alone. The girl's mother had been helping a woman at work whose sister had recently been released from a mental institution. The kids got a knock at the door that night and they thought it was the mom. Unfortunately, it was actually the woman from the mental institution. She had somehow pieced together where the mother and her family lived. Rob managed to get away, but the girl wasn't so lucky. Police arrived at the house to find the girl had been decapitated and left in the bath. Her head had been hidden. The officer described it as a sight that will stick with them for the rest of their lives. That got dark very quickly. Alright, next up at number 3. Jackie O-Face told the story of how they were almost snatched as a kid. One day, he was out playing with his 2 younger siblings in summer when a man pulled up alongside them in a truck. He called them over and asked for his name. He asked if they're having a good summer. He says he needs help to find his lost puppy. He says he will show him a photo of the puppy if he comes a little bit closer. Closer. The boy then called out to his brother Dan, who was nearby, saying, "Dan, come help us find a puppy." Suddenly, the man looked terrified and drove away as fast as he could. The family thinks that the man thought he was shouting "Dad," and not Dan. That one simple name mistake might have been the reason he wasn't abducted. Alright, at number 2 now we have Gerbils Didn't Do That, who said that when they lived in an apartment by themselves, they would always lock the deadbolt and leave the handle lock unlocked. One day, they came home and found that it was switched over. Now she thought it was just her mistake at first, but it kept happening every single day. The locks were always the wrong way around. One day it happened, and she thought that was really strange. As usual, she went to the fridge to get something to eat, and inside the fridge, she found a 100-year-old book, just like the ones she actually collected as a hobby. But this one wasn't hers. She called her landlady to find out what was going on. The landlady said she didn't touch the locks or put the book in the fridge, but was very freaked out because the last person to live there was a very creepy guy with mental health issues and drug problems. She got the locks changed forever later that day. And finally now at number 1, we have user CDC, who told the story of always having a very irrational fear as a child that if they returned home at night, they had to walk straight into the house without looking back, because if they did, someone would be following them. One night they went to go and grab their school bag from the car, and on their way back, with their anxiety levels reaching their absolute peak, they thought, "This is stupid. What am I doing?" So they looked back. He saw what appeared to be someone crouching down beside his mum's car, peeking their head around the side. A woman in her mid to late 30s. She was just staring at them, wide-eyed, with a big smile on her face. They made eye contact, and then he ran inside. Another Reddit user said she was smiling because finally, after years of watching him, he had finally caught her. Creepy. That is the only word I have for that one. Alright, you little creeps, do you want a part 4 of this? I kinda do. I found a couple of other stories that might actually be a little bit too dark for this video, so I'm gonna see how you guys like this one, and then maybe we'll get even darker in the next part. Don't forget to subscribe if you don't want to miss out on all our future videos. I'm Danny Burke, and I'll see you all in the next one.
You know that was creepy. That one was creepy. Undoubtedly, that one was creepy.
Starting off this countdown, we have the dog bones. In 2012, archaeologist Karina Gutierrez was excavating a site between the zebra and hippo pens of a zoo in Peru when she came across something very gruesome and shocking. She unearthed more than 100 dogs resting alongside hundreds of humans. This site is said to be more than 900 years old. The human remains showed signs of torture and violence, suggesting that they died a gruesome death. The dogs, on the other hand, were ritually strangled. It's thought that they were buried alongside their owners as part of a ceremony. This is a very, very dark thing to come across. Coming in at number 9, we have the impaled heads. In 2009, a new railway bridge was being created in Sweden's Motala Ström River. That's when archaeologists started to unearth artifacts that were thousands of years old. Over the next few years, more and more artifacts were found in that area. You got animal bones, to tools made from animal bones, to remnants of human skulls, and lastly, mounted skulls. This is said to be the most grisly thing that archaeologists in that area have found. So the skulls were 8,000 years old and were impaled on wooden stakes. All skulls were missing their jaw bones and had shown signs of trauma. The male skulls had blunt force trauma to the top of the head, while the female skulls had trauma to the sides and back of their head. But that's not the way that they died. Studies had shown that the wounds had healed, so they did not die immediately after sustaining those injuries. Then at some point, the victims' heads were chopped off and placed on stakes and then submerged underwater in the middle of the lake. They were placed on a stone platform surrounded by animal bones. Again, this is a very traumatizing thing to come across. In our 8th spot, we have the witch prison. In 2016, historians were restoring St. Mary's Chapel at the Kirk of St. Nicholas when they found a weird ring mounted into the wall. Dr. Arthur Winfield, who was leading this project to restore and preserve the chapel, was pretty skeptical about this ring. At first, he thought it was nothing, but then he decided to do some digging. He checked out the city's archives, and that's when he discovered the chapel's dark past. Back in 1597, the church played a crucial role in the Great Witch Hunt. The witches were taken to the chapel and chained up to this ring. This was their last stop before being executed and burned to death. So all of a sudden, this ring became much, much darker. After excavating the area, the bodies of 22 young individuals were unearthed. No remains of the accused witches were found at the site, so it's believed that they were buried elsewhere. This iron ring embedded into the north wall of the chapel is now all that remains of this gruesome past. In our 7th spot, we have Lascaux Caves. Legend goes that back in the day, 4 teens were exploring this cave system in France with their dog when they found a narrow entrance to a cavern. Being brave, they entered, and that's when they found an archaeologist's dream. The cavern was filled with prehistoric cave paintings. These paintings are 15 to 17,000 years old and depict a series of images including tons of animals. In total, there are 600 wall paintings covering the interior walls and ceilings of this cave. In 1948, this site was open to the public. People were welcome to come into the cave and see the beautiful paintings. But in 1963, it had to be closed. The artificial light was fading the vivid colors of these paintings. It also caused algae to start growing over them. So in order to preserve the history, no one is allowed to visit there. In fact, only a small number of scientists are allowed in. But they only have a few days a month to be in there. Other than that, they are kept locked away. Moving on to number 6, we have the East Kirk of St. Nicholas. So over the years, more work has been done on the Kirk of St. Nicholas. In 2006 and 2007, it was the site of a major archaeological excavation. Basically,
these
they
are
were
always
excavating
interesting.
the site before the restoration work could be done. Well, upon doing so, they came across the remains of more than 2,000 people. 1,000 were the remains of entire skeletons, so they weren't missing any parts. It's believed that most of the bodies were buried before the 1560s, because after that, the Protestant Reformation in Scotland banned the burials of people inside churches. They also found the graves of 9 young individuals whose body had been laid out together, forming an arc shape. We are now at our 5th and halfway mark with El Dorado. The lost city of El Dorado is a famous myth that dates back to the 16th
Ooh, the city of gold.
El Dorado is the name of a secret city of gold said to be located deep within South America. It's said to be filled with riches beyond your wildest dreams. When the Spanish conquistadors heard of this tale, they tried with all their power to find the city of gold. Alas, they were unsuccessful. But legend goes that archaeologists have discovered this city, and if they have, of course, they don't want this known to the public. At least, not yet. Could you imagine what would happen if word got out that there is a city filled with priceless artifacts and gold? People would go nuts and totally ransack the place and ruin its beauty. So that's why it's believed that this place is being kept a secret. That is until they have removed all the treasures and have done all the research that they need to. Coming in at number 4, we have the ancient city of Aleppo. This is known as Syria's second city, and is said to be among the world's oldest continuously inhabited cities. It's filled with ancient structures and has one of the oldest and biggest castles around the world. But here's the thing, this site is now an endangered World Heritage Site. The overpopulation and commercialization is taking a toll on this beautiful ancient city. The new developments and overcrowding have threatened the ancient cityscape, which is like every archaeologist's
It's good to visit that place.
nightmare. Moving on to number 3, we have their labs. After a big dig, archaeologists bring their findings back to the lab. What happens there is pretty private. Every single artifact that they find is washed, dried, identified, labeled, and then cataloged. All of this is done with precision and care. Imagine how much crap they would get in if they dropped or broke an artifact. Obviously, for many reasons, archaeologists like to keep their lab a secret, and I don't blame them. Imagine your personal workspace being available for everyone in the world to see. Coming in at number 2, we have Dead Man's Island. The Dead Man's Island in the UK is now a forbidden island. No one is allowed to travel there unless you receive special permission, but no one wants to go there anyways. Not only is it rumored to be haunted, but it's filled with dead bodies. Basically, the island was the dumping ground for men and boys who died while on board prison ships. They didn't want to bring them back to the mainland, so they buried them on this island to prevent infectious diseases from spreading. But over the years, coastal erosion and the tides unearthed these bodies. In 2016, the remains of more than 200 men were found on the island. They were then reburied, but the changing tides continued to unearth the bodies and wash them out to sea. So they kind of just gave up and left the island and all of its bodies alone. And in our number 1 spot today, we have the lost city of Atlantis. I'm sure you all grew up hearing tales about the magical lost city of Atlantis that lay submerged somewhere in the Atlantic Ocean. Well, it turns out this city might be real. First, let's look at the history of this city. Atlantis was first described by Plato over 2,000 years ago. He said that the island had over 10,000 chariots and hundreds of bulls and elephants. Then over the years, the city fell and eventually got submerged into the Atlantic Ocean. For centuries, historians debated whether this city was real or not. Then, in 1882, a man named Ignatius Donnelly published a book titled Atlantis, the Antediluvian World. In this book, he claimed that Atlantis was a real place. He even claimed that all the known ancient civilizations originated from Atlantis' Neolithic culture. If this is real, then surely archaeologists and historians are madly searching for the city. In fact, they might have found it already, and similar to El Dorado, they are keeping it a secret. Starting off this countdown, we have Cleopatra's tomb. I'm sure you all have learned about Cleopatra and her relationship with both Julius Caesar and, of course,
Julius Caesar.
Hi, it's me, Jesse. We there? Yeah, okay, good, we're there. Well, this afternoon, after that very lousy sketch about yo-yoing, I figure we'll, for lack of anything better to do, we'll take it towards a more serious side right about now.
Who here loves to watch a good documentary? We certainly do. But some documentaries touch on some really dark topics, and as a result, they have gotten banned.
From a documentary that contains horrific images of people dying, to a documentary that details one of the most deadly and popular tourist destinations in America. On today's top 10 list, we will be covering 10 disturbing documentaries that got banned. Starting off this list, in our number 10 spot, we have the royal family. The royal family has certainly had their fair share of drama this year so far, but that is not necessarily news to most people. Over the course of 18 months, from 1968 to 1969, Queen Elizabeth and Prince Philip allowed film crews to come in and follow their daily lives to create some sort of royal family documentary. Of course, the content of this documentary was heavily monitored by the royal family and those who deal with their public image, so the documentary itself didn't contain anything extremely dark or surprising. This documentary aired on BBC One in June of 1969, but ended up being banned by the Queen in 1972. The reason was apparently because they believed the film was in danger of killing off the monarchy, whatever that means. They explained that they felt like if they did things like this too often, that it would cheapen them by letting the magic seep out, and that people would just want to know more and more and more. I can see this point of view, but I also feel like there might be something a little more sinister going on here, especially considering everything that we do know. At the end of the day, this documentary is now actually on YouTube if you would like to and choose to go and view it.
In our 9th spot, we have The Men Who Killed Kennedy. And guys, here's your little friendly reminder to hit that thumbs up button because it really helps us out. This is a video documentary series that discusses the assassination of President John F. Kennedy. It was created by British television network ITV. All 9 episodes of this documentary originally aired on the Discovery Channel. Now, any documentary dealing with death and assassinations are going to be dark. This wasn't a lighthearted docuseries, but not the entire series was banned. just the last 3 episodes that aired in 2003. Those 3 episodes were eventually pulled and are banned from ever airing again. This is due to the fact that they were way too controversial. In the final episode, it suggested that Lyndon D. Johnson, the US vice president at the time of the assassination, had something to do with his death. In the end, it was declared that the documentary was not credible and the documentary should have never aired. And they promised that they would not show those episodes again. So in this sense, it wasn't banned because it was too graphic, but because it was too controversial.
In our number 8 spot today, we have the Yes Men Fix the World. The Yes Men are a pair of activists who have a goal to raise awareness about different social and political issues. The way they go about this, however, has been highly controversial as they create films in which they impersonate people they dislike in an act that they call identity correction. In 2009, their second documentary titled The Yes Men Fix the World came out, which was the sequel to the 2003 film entitled The Yes Men. In this HBO documentary, the pair stir up controversy surrounding a few different issues, such as exposing the people who were profiting off of Hurricane Katrina, or the people who were behind the environmental disaster in Bhopal. It's not necessarily the things that they are fighting against that make people believe they're controversial, but more so the mission statement that the two share, which is that lies can expose the truth. The film, of course, has still managed to survive on past this lawsuit though, and despite being banned from release, there was a special edition of the movie that was released through good old BitTorrent.
In our 7th spot, we have Capturing the Friedmans. This HBO documentary filmed by Andrew Jarecki was released in 2003. Initially, it was meant to be a short film about children's birthday party entertainers in New York. It was titled Just a Clown. But while filming, he made a shocking discovery that completely made him shift gears. So while filming, a man named David Friedman, who was a very popular clown, he learned that David's brother Jesse and his father Arnold were guilty of some very bad things to young individuals. It started back in 1987 when the US Postal Service intercepted a magazine of explicit images of young people. It was making its way over to the Friedman's house. That's when police investigated Jesse and Arnold. The two were then given a stay-at-home order while preparing for court, and they decided to document what was going on. So they had a number of tapes that captured family dinners, private conversations and arguments, etc. The documentary shows these home videos and follows the two Friedman men. Due to the film's content though, this documentary was banned in a couple of countries.
In our number 6 spot today, we have Earthlings. Earthlings was a film made in 2005 and was a documentary that focused on the way that humanity uses animals. It was definitely meant to shed a negative light on the day-to-day practices of some of the largest industries in the world that all heavily rely on animals. The footage for the film was largely captured using hidden cameras. This documentary first became controversial not because of the conversation it sparks, but because of how gruesome some of the footage was, particularly the footage from puppy mills. I honestly wouldn't even recommend viewing this footage and would much prefer a different way of educating on the horrors of these things because it really is just terrible. People were also upset because they thought that the film's director was just trying to push a vegan lifestyle on others by using scare tactics, but I'm not quite sure that this was the goal of the film at all. The film saw more controversy just last year when a Ukrainian man named Maxim Kryvosh held a bus with 13 passengers hostage and demanded, along with other things, that the president of Ukraine make a statement saying that watching the film Earthlings was recommended viewing for everyone. The president did end up releasing this statement, and thankfully all of the hostages were released without any incident, and the president's recommendation was then deleted. After this, Earthlings director did also make a statement regarding the situation, explaining that it does not endorse or condone acts of terror, and that its message is one of compassion for all beings.
We're now at our 5th and halfway mark with The Act of Killing. This is a 2012 documentary about the group of people who committed a bunch of murders in 1965 to 1966 as part of the Indonesian genocide. However, the film mainly centers around one of the murderers, Anwar Congo. It is said that he took the lives of 1,000 people. What made this documentary so controversial and disturbing is the fact that the film had Anwar Congo recreate some of his murders. People said in a way it was romanticizing death and violence. I mean, this dude talked in detail about the murders, like saying his preferred method of killing was to use a wire and then strangle his victims. To him, this was a neater way to kill. In the end, the Indonesian government did not like this film, saying it showcased a misleading portrayal of Indonesia.
In our number 4 spot today, we have The Bridge. The Golden Gate Bridge in San Francisco is a hugely popular tourist destination, but it is also one of the most popular spots in the whole world where people will go to take their own lives. When the filmmaker Eric Steele heard about this extremely sad statistic, he decided he wanted to make The Bridge, in which he would attempt to figure out why this was the most popular spot, but also he wanted to show people attempting or even succeeding with this action so that he could show that basically nothing is being done to try and prevent this from happening. This documentary quickly became very controversial because there were many people who believed that the film was glorifying this action, despite that most definitely not being the film's intention. People felt as though the film turned this into entertainment and normalized the action. There was also some drama between Eric and the members of the Golden Gate National Recreation Area Agency, who said that Eric didn't disclose his true intentions when he applied for a filming permit, but in the grand scheme of what this film is about, I think that this is the last thing that anyone should be worried about.
Moving on to number 3, we have Zoo. Okay, where do I begin with this one? So basically, this whole documentary surrounds the death of Kenneth Pinyan, a man that passed away in 2005 after engaging in sexual activities with a horse. But that's not the disturbing part. The worst part is apparently the documentary tries to justify this man's actions, and it defends him, saying basically, love is love, whether that's a love for another human or for an animal. An actual review said, and I quote, "The documentary spent too much effort trying to defend these actions rather than documenting what actually happened. I thought the point of documentary filmmaking was to be objective and neutral on the subject and to present the evidence and let the audience make up their own minds." So do I even have to explain why this documentary was banned in certain places? I mean, hello, it's a fairly controversial and disgusting topic.
In our number 2 spot today, we have
You're not allowed to fuck a horse. That's weird as fuck. No bestiality. What the fuck?
Down to the topics being controversial or up for debate, but this specific documentary was banned because of the fact that it was just absolutely horrifying to every audience. This extremely important but upsetting documentary was made in 1964 and explored the life inside the Bridgewater State Hospital for the criminally insane. As you can imagine, life for the people living inside of this hospital was terrible, and this documentary did not hold back on shining the light. It showed the neglect that the inmates faced from their caretakers, as well as even more horrible things that they had to endure. This film was originally banned because some people believed they needed to protect the identity of the people portrayed in the film, which I understand, but that does seem kind of backwards and like it would only be benefiting the people who desperately needed to be exposed. In 1991, however, the ban on this film was lifted and people were able to see the reality that many people at this hospital faced every day.
And in our number 1 spot, we have Faces of Death. This film is banned in 40 plus countries. That's just how gruesome it actually is. In 1978, this documentary was released, and people were horrified at how graphic it was. The film contained real footage of dead or dying humans and animals. In one scene, you see a body being sliced open in an autopsy. Another scene shows a man being electrocuted. And in another, you see a monkey get beat to death by a hammer. Yeah, they showed all that and more in this film. It's basically like they collected the most disturbing real-life footages from all over the world and compiled them together for this film. As a result of its very graphic content, the movie was banned in 40 plus countries. Alright guys, that's all for today's video. Let us know in the comments below which documentary you found the most disgusting and disturbing. I think all of them are pretty bad. Yep. On their different levels. Alright guys, remember if you like this video, please
This video is kindly sponsored by Manscaped. Find out more later in the video. Hey, 42 here. In a remote part of northern India, on the edge of the world's highest mountain range, A tiny lake lies tucked away in a glacial valley. Just 40 meters across and no more than 3 deep. It isn't all that much to look at as far as lakes go. At least not unless you take the time to amble to its very edge and peer beneath the eerily still, crystal clear water. Because just beneath its surface, this seemingly unremarkable Himalayan lake hides human skeletons. Hundreds of them. The skeletons of Rupkund Lake, as it's known, were first discovered in 1942 by a forest ranger working for the British, who still ruled in India at the time. It must have been a chilling experience, stumbling across thousands of human bones strewn in and around a nondescript lake out there in the middle of nowhere, more than 5,000 meters above sea level. But once the ranger and the British authorities who employed him got over their shock, they were left facing a simple question. How the hell did all those skeletons get there in the first place?
How the hell did all those skeletons
Since
get there in the
April
first
is National
place?
Testicular Cancer Awareness Month, I just want to take a moment to talk about how important men's health issues are. Did you know? One man every hour, every day, is diagnosed with testicular cancer. You may think testicular cancer is something that only happens to other men. But I, like many others, have a personal connection to someone who struggled with this terrible disease. And I firmly believe it's not something we should feel embarrassed about, but discuss openly. Because the more we do so, the more we can all encourage with the Testicular Cancer Society.com/TCS, because we're in for a spot of archaeological detective work. First, let's consider the evidence. We have a remote mountain lake concealing a large number of skeletons. Upper estimates suggest as many as 800. The bones are scattered far and wide around the scene, and some have soft tissues and hair still attached, suggesting whatever killed these people might have been relatively recent. Of the bones studied, some of the skulls exhibit a strange, shallow groove across the top of the forehead, as if the bones had been worn away, whilst others show more severe damage in the form of fractures that appear to have been caused by blunt force trauma from some kind of large round object striking directly from above. So, any ideas what might have happened here? Well, combine a whole lot of dead people in one place with evidence of serious injuries, and a reasonable place to start would be to assume these were soldiers of some kind. Unsurprisingly, the British considered that very same possibility when the skeletons were first found. This was the middle of the Second World War, and it had long been feared the Japanese might try and invade India through the mountains to the north, leading British authorities to wonder whether the bodies belonged to some kind of elite strike force at the sharp end of a full-scale land invasion. But closer examination of the bones showed this explanation couldn't have been correct. Whilst the skeletons looked relatively fresh at first glance thanks to the appearance of soft tissues and hair, radiocarbon dating analysis suggested the bones were in fact at least 500 years old, with any flesh remaining having been naturally preserved by the frigid temperatures and bone-dry atmosphere of the Himalayan peaks. As you'll know if you've watched my recent video on the mummies of Sicily and the corpse that blinks, dear old mummy nature has a bit of a mummification fetish. So, if not Japanese soldiers, who were these people? And how did so many of them end up in Rupkund Lake? The truth was, nobody knew for sure, though there were plenty of theories floating around. Mass suicide, an ancient battle, a mass grave from some forgotten epidemic, or simply the victims of exposure to the harsh mountain conditions. For more than 50 years, nobody was able to provide convincing evidence to either prove or disprove these various theories. But that changed in the early 2000s when a research team from National Geographic visited Rupkund Lake to study the remains more closely. Their findings quickly ruled out many of the earlier theories. Despite those strange skull fractures that appeared to have been caused by some kind of blunt object, the skeletons showed no other signs of the kinds of wounds you'd expect to see from a battle, so that theory was out. In fact, it seemed extremely unlikely these people could have been soldiers at all, because there were many women and children amongst the dead, and only a single weapon was ever found at the site, an iron spearhead. Instead of tools of war, the National Geographic team recovered artifacts including bangles, rings, wooden parasols, and leather slippers. And I don't ever remember reading about the Great Leather Slipper Skirmish. The epidemic theory seemed equally unlikely because analysis of the bones suggested their owners were in perfectly good health before they died. Exposure was possible. The shifting weather conditions and extreme altitude of the Himalayas makes them a dangerous place, even with today's modern equipment. But that didn't explain the skull fractures that seemed to point to a more violent death, and they were not of the self-inflicted variety, as would have been the case had this been the site of a mass suicide. Another question that remained unanswered was what so many people were doing 5,000 meters up in the mountains in the first place. Rupkund Lake is a good 5 days hike from human habitation, and whilst it's popular with trekkers today, that's mostly because it's full of hundreds of skeletons. What exactly the owners of those skeletons were doing up there was, at least at first, unclear. But it turned out there was a pretty good reason for lots of people to be wandering around in that exact spot, high up in the Himalayas. The Nanda Devi Raj Jat, perhaps the longest and most dangerous pilgrimage in India, which just so happens to pass right by Rupkund Lake. All of a sudden, pieces of the puzzle began slotting into place. Pilgrims on the Nanda Devi Raj Jat are known to carry bangles and parasols similar to those recovered at the lake, and large groups are often accompanied by porters carrying heavy loads using a tump line, a strap that goes across the forehead. Prolonged use of tump lines has been shown to cause groovings in the skull, just like those found on some of the Rupkund Lake remains. The pilgrimage hypothesis was suddenly looking very good, but it only explained why these people were in the mountains in the first place, not what killed them. So, any ideas? We have hundreds of dead pilgrims in a mountain lake who appear to have died thanks to blunt force trauma caused by some kind of rounded object, but those wounds are only found on the tops of the victims' skulls, and there are no other signs of injury or illness. It's a bit like a Jonathan Creek India special, isn't it?
Probably got murdered.
Anyway, the conclusion that Nat Geo researchers came to was kind of ingenious, and if you've worked it out by now, congratulations, you're kind of ingenious too. If you still aren't sure, perhaps these final 2 clues will help. First, this particular region of the Himalayas is known for its extreme weather.
Yeah, it goes up and down.
Second, Rupkund Lake is in a very exposed spot, free from trees or any kind of high vegetation that could provide shelter if you happen to need it in a hurry. That's right, our poor pilgrims were caught in a giant hailstorm of biblical proportions, in which cricket ball-sized solid ice battered them to death in their hundreds. And, remarkably, it seems that a local legend, retold through song, might be a kind of folk memory preserving the history of that very same event. According to the story, which is still told by locals to this day to explain the mystery of the lake, Nanda Devi, a manifestation of the goddess Parvati, was treated poorly by the king and queen of a land she visited long ago. So she cursed their entire country, turning the milk sour and infesting their rice stores with maggots. By way of apology, the king and queen embarked on a pilgrimage in honor of the goddess, but it seems the king was worried this little mountain jaunt was going to be kind of boring. because he brought along some entertainment in the form of dancing girls and concubines, the ancient Indian version of boats and hoes. Unsurprisingly, Nanda Devi wasn't best pleased with this show of impudence, and so, according to the story, she struck the pilgrims down with hailstones, hard as iron, as they crossed a ridge high above Lake Rupkund. That story is an incredible fit with the evidence gathered by the National Geographic team, and it's believed the legend probably grew out of tales told by survivors of the real-life tragedy centuries ago. So, there you have it. The strange case of the skeletons in the lake had finally been solved, once and for all. Or at least that's what people thought. That's right, it's plot twist time. You see, in 2019, another research team made a trek up to Rupkund Lake to carry out further analysis on the bones. They took samples from 39 different skeletons and sent them to labs around the world to be tested. What these tests uncovered changed almost everything we thought we knew about what happened at Rupkund. I mentioned earlier that radiocarbon dating had estimated the bones were at least 500 years old. But that first analysis was carried out in 1956, when radiocarbon dating as a technology was still in its infancy. It had been invented
it still doesn't
just
fucking
10
work,
years
right?
prior. With the technique long since perfected, the 2019 study was able to date the bones far more accurately. And what they found blew the whole single catastrophic hailstorm theory right out of the water. For the hailstorm hypothesis to hold true, all the bones should have been exactly the same age. But they weren't. Not even close. The oldest bones in the lake were more than 1,000 years older than the most recent ones. And things only got weirder from there. Analysis reveals the existence of two main genetic groups amongst the dead. The first, making up the older remains and dating back to around 800 AD, were of South Asian origin. Which makes sense, Rupkund Lake is in the south of Asia, after all. But the second group, dating to the 19th century, seemed to be made up of individuals from the East Mediterranean, possibly Crete. It was a baffling discovery, but at first the researchers were optimistic its very weirdness would help them shed some light on the whole strange mystery. After all, if a large group of people from the Mediterranean had gone missing in the Himalayas in the last couple of 100 years, there should be some record of it, right? A bunch of people from another continent showing up in a remote part of the Himalayas would have been big news in those days, especially if they'd all suddenly disappeared. But despite extensive efforts to find information about such a group in either historical records or by speaking to locals living in the villages dotted around Rupkund, there was nothing. No reports, no sightings, just nothing. To say this new information muddied the skeleton-infested waters would be a major understatement. Considering the diversity of the people themselves and the times they died, it's pretty much impossible to come up with a single, neat solution that explains all the evidence. It still seems reasonable to believe some were killed in a catastrophic hailstorm. There are those head injuries after all, and the matching folk story. But with the far more accurate dates now available to us, it seems even the older bones show signs of having been deposited across 3 or 4 different events, suggesting there's way more to this story. One giant hailstorm killing a large group of people is plausible. 4 in the space of a few hundred years in exactly the same spot isn't. As for the bones of the Mediterraneans, that one is genuinely a total mystery. It seems unlikely they were on a Hindu pilgrimage, and no trade routes have ever passed through the area. Tourism did exist in those days, of course, but it was very different from the version we're all familiar with before it went extinct last year, And it's hard to imagine a large group of people from so far away would have travelled to a remote corner of India just for a lark. The fact there's no record of the group is even more bizarre. However the Mediterraneans got to the lake, a few researchers have suggested practitioners of Fuggy might have been responsible for ensuring they never left. Fuggy was essentially ritual robbery and murder carried out in India in colonial times by roaming gangs of so-called thugs. That's where we get the English word from, by the way. According to stories from the time, thugs were pretty bad dudes who would join groups of travellers to gain their confidence before killing them and robbing their corpses. The large numbers of dead and relative lack of valuables recovered from Rupkund makes this an interesting theory. But there is a slight stumbling block. There are just no tangible connections between the Fuggy gangs and the skeletons in the Rupkund Lake. For now, we're back where we were when these bones were first discovered. Plenty of people coming up with theories as to what might have happened, but none of them quite seem to fit the evidence. And that's unlikely to change, at least not until further research is carried out. Until then, the real reason 800 human beings lie beneath the icy waters of a mountain lake in a...
I mean, they'd probably take him captive and then go hit him on the head and put him in the water. You know, make it hard for him to swim out. I don't think that's far-fetched at all. That's what I thought it was the entire time. A group of people take, you know, one guy, take all his shit. You know, one guy walks up, bumps him on the head. Two dudes throw him in the water. It sounds like murder. I'm gonna go to the bathroom. guys.
Hello.
Arctic Sinkholes, full episode. What is this?
All Tomorrows, a billion-year chronicle of the myriad species and mixed fortunes of man. Long ago, in the distant past, humans colonized Mars. It took centuries to terraform the red planet.
This is an
First,
audiobook?
they made oceans using the water from comets. Then they sent microbes to...
I'll watch this later.
Welcome to Project Dark Knight. Today's video is all about Ouija boards and the after effects of using one.
Ouija.
It started off as a game
Ouija,
for the family
squeegee,
in the
squeegee.
70s, but now has become one of the easiest ways to contact the dead or demons. You'll see how some people made the mistake of faking it and joking whilst using the board. But to the spirits, once you start the summoning, it's like a key. It opens a door and you can't choose who enters. If you do want to use a Ouija board, don't be like the kids in these videos. Do your research and use proper protection, and never take your hands off the planchette once it starts. So as usual, turn off the lights, go full screen, and let's dive into the world of Ouija boards. Number 1. If you can summon spirits using a homemade Ouija board, then it makes sense that a digital version would work too. This is what happened to an 18-year-old girl from Lima, Peru, when she used the Ouija board app from her smartphone. After using the app with her friends to ask just a few questions, Patricia Keyspace somehow attracted the spirit that possessed her. Soon after using the Ouija board app, she started having violent fits and foaming at the mouth. Yes, it could have been an epileptic fit, but this happened immediately after using the Ouija board app.
Según testigos, ella presentó una aparente posesión satánica luego de jugar a la Ouija.
Her voice changed too. It became demonic. As she thrashed about in her restraints, she kept telling the doctor to give her phone back so she could use the Ouija board app. Later, she was taken to a psychiatric ward to be examined. Whether she regained her senses or not, I don't know. There wasn't a follow-up. Number 2. A YouTuber named Stromedy and his friends journey underground into a maze of tunnels to summon the spirit of a girl who was lured down there and murdered long ago. At the start, they're not taking it seriously, but soon their attitude changes when they make contact with a so-called spirit named Abby. 9 minutes into the video, they sense another spirit enter. This is what happened.
Oh, dude, it's doing figure eights again. What? Can you stop? Can you please? Holy, that's freaking I'm gonna ask it.
They considered leaving briefly, but then Carl looks through the middle of the pointer. Earlier, Abby told them whilst using the board that they'd be able to see a true form like that. He looks through the pointer.
Pa, you there, bro? Pa.
Oh shit, thank you.
Dude, seriously. Dude. Let's just go. Let's go back. I know what you mean now. Let's go back. Did you see her? What'd you see? Let's go grab the board and let's go.
So apparently he saw something. Do you believe him? Number 3. A group of girls called Curve TV try using the Ouija board but get no communication. It doesn't seem to be going very well.
This is ridiculous. I'm so done.
Yeah, my arm hurts.
Guys.
There's no point. Nothing's gonna happen.
Just when they're about to give up, Something from the other side takes notice. They begin arguing and blaming each other for moving the planchette. Then they realize this is no joke and start freaking out. The bravest girl in the group asks the spirit his name, and he replies, John.
I told you, Jay. I told you it wasn't me.
Oh.
The spirit tells him that he's 36 years old, so the girls ask him how he died. The spirit spells out G-U-N, and he also reveals that he died there in the house. One of the girls thinks that it's a prank, so she comes up with an idea to try and debunk it.
Say something then.
Say
Boo.
boo.
Typical ghost. Boo. Holy crap!
Something bangs loudly in the background and the spirit spells out boo, showing the girls that this is real. One of the girls says, "You can't hurt us." Just then, the planchette is thrown violently at her foot. Number 4. Even if you don't use the Ouija board, just having one in your home is enough to start strange things from happening. Just as this video shows, Mellowbird was recording at the time when he realizes something strange. So he grabs his camera to film it. As soon as he gets to the living room, he sees something crazy. The board is floating in the air and it falls as soon as he walks in. It happens so fast you might not be able to see it. Watch. Mellowbird is no stranger to the paranormal. In fact, I presented his channel before in another video. He lives in his mum's house who died and left the house to him. He has a lot of content on the paranormal because he has a poltergeist in his house and films evidence of the poltergeist quite frequently. Check out his channel, it's called Mellowbird. Number 5. Number 6. Robin Adri is the name of this YouTube channel with an interest in Ouija board experiments at 3 AM.
Is there any spirits out here that would like to contact us?
They try to get the spirit to tell them its name, but then they start joking about how long it takes the spirit to spell. Well, this pisses the spirit off and it asks for one of the group by name by spelling it out over and over again. They sense bad intentions. Well, what do you expect? If you take the piss out of the spirits, expect double back.
Do you want to hurt Steven?
After a while, it spells out the name Zozo the demon. They close down the session properly and then ask the spirit if the boys are safe from it.
You said that you will not haunt us, right? Thank you so much, we really appreciate it.
But it looks like Zozo was lying to them, because as they pack up and turn around, right in front of them there's an adult rattlesnake staring at them. Never take the Ouija board lightly, because it will bite back. Number 7. This video comes from YouTuber Samantha Stone, who claims she's been having paranormal occurrences at her home after researching the occult and visiting a haunted location. Samantha and her friend, who are experimenting with the Ouija board, when suddenly something from another realm starts experimenting with them. They start by asking some basic questions to the spirit, but soon has its full attention, and they don't even have to touch the planchette to make it move. Her friend shows that they are not using any strings.
It's like nothing. I'm feeling all the way around it.
The planchette doesn't spell out anything, but the fact that it's moving is fascinating, and at one point it looks like it's about to levitate. The spirit doesn't give them any clues to its name or intentions, and if you think that they're using magnets, I thought the same thing, but the board is on the floor. Number 8. As this footage shows, humans are not the only subjects who can be possessed by summoned spirits. In this video, 3 friends are hanging out together in what looks like a bedroom trying to use a Ouija board to summon whatever spirits come through. Suddenly, it looks like it's working. There isn't any sound, but they are all interested in the Ouija board as they are looking straight down. Just then, a white stuffed bear springs to life and looks down at the 3 men.
These look grainy. There could be edits.
Not scary enough. Not spooky.
The man on the left notices it moving, and the 2 lock eyes. Immediately,
in today's episode of 5 Scary Things Caught on Camera.
He's got a creepy voice.
Number 1. The first video is from TikTok user BV1150, who heard something disturbing in his closet one night. After he hears a knock in the closet, he checks who is inside, but no one is there. The following night, he manages to record something again. This time, he heard disturbing sounds again. But when he opened the door, his eyes saw a terrifying dark figure of a child who started to run towards him. Is it a real shadow figure or just another fake TikTok video? You are the judges, you decide. Also, if you want to watch the full story, visit his TikTok channel BV1150. Number 2. The next video is from the YouTube channel Edgy Petrulink. He is a creature hunter from Indonesia who travels the country in search of strange animals and cryptids. This time he went to a village where lives an evil ghost.
Kayunya, buang kayunya, lepasin. Awas digigitnya, hati-hati. Awas, awas. Lepas, lepas, awas, awas, awas. Awas, Suman. Mana tadi? Ambil kayu, gebukin pakai kayu aja. Tuh. Mana? Oh, ini. Nih. Kejar nih, gebuk. Ada. Iya, itu. Iya. Awas, hati-hati, awas. Mana dia? Oh, ini tuh. Tuh. Ini. Tuh. Ada. Awas. Naik ke batu bahaya. Naik ke batu. Naik, Dik, bahaya, Dik. Ada. Nggak ada lubangnya itu.
Among the goats, we see something bizarre. Dark, long hair that moves by itself at some point.
Looks like animal abuse, dude. What the fuck?
After they leave the water for a moment, they manage to record something terrifying. A mysterious strange creature moving around a large stone, which after a while dips in the water. Is it a real mysterious creature? Or maybe a ghost? Or maybe a well-prepared performance? The final decision is yours. Also, if you want to watch the full episode of this investigation, visit his YouTube channel, Odysee Credits. Number 3. Another disturbing video is from the YouTube channel Paranormal Nightmare TV series. This time Josh, Sean and all their crew and team from Paranormal Quest went to a family who asked for complete anonymity. In their house lives a very malicious and evil demon that literally destroys their daily lives. And just at the beginning, when they interviewed one of the family members, this happened.
Mine did, it just turned on. I looked up and it was just off, and I was like, what the hell? Because I looked up there not even a couple minutes ago and it was on.
But I'm just scared of the power it does possess. I'm not gonna lie, I'm scared of the power it possesses. I rebuke this thing all the time. In the name of Christ, I rebuke you. Get the It just touches me on my face, like on my neck, and then all of a sudden I'm sitting up and I can't scream, I can't move, I can't do anything.
Where did it come from?
Something like that way.
Yeah.
You heard. I'm gonna show you what you want to see. Let me show you. He wants to play a game. He's gonna play a game with you.
It just shut off again.
Like I just told you, he's gonna play a game with you.
This camera just keeps shutting off. Yeah, but my batteries went way down. I don't understand that.
He's gonna get you. He's gonna get you.
Don't do that! Don't do that! Don't you do that! Don't do No, stop! Look at me. Look at me. She passed out. You hear that? You hear that? Call upon the body of Christ. You have no power, anybody here. Go back to where you've come.
was crazy.
Following that, one of the family members started acting weird, but that was only the beginning.
They're going to come back later tonight and investigate with us, but right now Rocky and Sean and I are inside the house. That was loud.
Holy crap, I think I was right behind me.
Whoever's in this house, my name is Josh, this is Rocky and Sean. We want you to come out and talk to us. That was freaking.
Yeah, I heard that.
Let's see if that room part. We've got a device on the steps. Come down the stairs to us. Come downstairs. We're not afraid of you. You knew we were coming here. And you're...
Oh.
Came down the steps. Back away from it.
Whoa. Did you hear that?
That was loud.
Yeah. I don't even have headphones on. Hey, just hear that growl? Hear that?
Mm-hmm. Hit something hard for us.
You walk away from it?
Cracking my toes.
Yeah.
I think it wants us to go upstairs. That was a growl.
That's why I told you. Oh, I don't mean that. There's only one freaking thing
Hey,
in
listen.
here.
There's one room upstairs that she said nobody will go into. And that's the room that everybody goes, when they go in there, they get suicidal. Let's go to that area.
Let's go.
This room, the fucking energy in here is just absolute.
Holy shit. What the hell? I just heard footsteps. Go. Holy. Oh, stop cussing. There was footsteps came right behind me.
Okay, we're up here with you now.
I cracked the fuck out of my toes.
We don't fear you.
Shit hurt.
We seen what you did to earlier. We think you're a coward. People come in this house and you make them do bad things.
Josh, here, sit down. I can't breathe. Holy.
Are you affecting Sean?
Man, my lungs are so tired right now.
During the following minutes of the investigation, the crew heard footsteps and bangs many times, but the activity increased and became more and more dangerous.
I'm sitting right next to it on the bed. I got freaking cold chills. Thank you.
Don't be nice to it. It's a demon.
What?
Don't be nice to it. It's a demon.
I'm up here longer than you.
Just don't be nice to it. Okay.
Something hit me right in the eye. Tell me your name. Is that banging coming from downstairs with you?
Something just hit Josh in the eye.
Huh?
Something just hit Josh in the eye. It hit him.
Why'd you hit Josh?
I feel like something took its finger and poked me right in the eye. That fucking hurt.
Hey, Rocky.
Huh?
This thing's hurt me. It's hurt Josh.
You
punched Josh in the other eye? I think I just seen a shadow figure. Black shadow figure on the wall in front of me. We're not leaving, we're gonna stay here all night.
Oh, Rocky!
Is that you?
No, it's Kitchen.
Huh?
Kitchen!
That f***ing shook the whole floor.
That's fucking wild.
Get down here.
It f***ing shook the upstairs.
Who was that? Show yourself.
Holy.
It shook the whole upstairs.
Oh, it was so loud down here.
I heard it.
Oh, come here, feel this. Oh, freezing. Put your hand here. You feel that? It's freezing, Josh.
Give me that paper.
I can take it. Holy crap. God, Josh!
What?
Mouse just got shipped.
Oh my God, I seriously can't. That fucking hurts. Holy.
What is it?
It's upstairs, it's just laying in the wall.
Film him. Who are you? Show yourself right now. I'm up here. Did you hear that? It's banging on the walls. Rocky, come up here, hurry.
At one point, both brothers experienced the evil demon's power on their own skin. Is this house haunted and a malicious entity living in it? Or maybe everything can be explained precisely. Also, if you want to watch the full episode of this investigation, visit their YouTube channel, Paranormal Nightmare TV series. Number 4. The next video is from TikTok user Hardboiled Toe, on which we see something disturbing.
He's half Cocker Spaniel and Australian Shepherd. I rescued him. He's from Japan. Do you want a tree? Yeah? You want a tree?
On the recording, we can see her new doggy hiding in the wardrobe. But is it really just a dog? Or maybe something more dark? Let me know in the comments below. Number 5. The last recording is from the Lelo Escalante channel. Listen, he went with a team of ghost hunters to an abandoned and supposedly haunted building. And they
Don't fuck me over, this better be scary.
Right after arriving at
This
the
better
area.
be scary. Better be scary, dude. I want to be terrified. Terrified. I want to be fucking scared to take a shower after this, right?
Ten cuidado. Ten cuidado, ten cuidado.
Y aquí, o sea, aquí. Sentí como si me quisieran abrir, sentí como si me quisieran tirar la puerta.
Mira, güey.
Acá, o sea, y literal estaba aquí, sentí como si me hubieran querido tirar la puerta. O sea, estábamos abajo, entonces, ay, fue aquí. O sea, de aquí era donde se estaban viendo las sombras.
Aguas, aguas, aguas. ¿Se cerró otra vez, eh?
La cerramos de aquí.
Güey.
Se
¿Quién
cerró.
eres? ¿Quién está aquí con nosotros?
¡Uy! ¿Qué pedo, güey?
¿Perdiste la vida aquí en este lugar? Respóndenos.
¿Te sientes sofocado aquí? Está muy fuerte
¿Te
aquí.
sientes sofocado?
Mira, Kevin, te voy a dar el aparato para que lo tengas. Sí. Sin
Si
caso
estás aquí alguna entidad de este lugar, queremos que se manifiesten con nosotros.
Uy, aguas. ¿Qué se escuchó?
Hey, no seas mamón, son fuertes.
¿Qué es lo que quieres? ¿Quieres que nos alejemos de este sitio? Como que alguien se
cuidado, ten cuidado.
No se ve nada, solamente se ve por la
Mira la puerta, mira la puerta, mira la puerta.
¿Por qué los quieren dejar aquí encerrados? Este lugar está totalmente lleno de manifestaciones.
Sí, es amigos, somos 15.500 amigos, apoyen, compartiendo.
Strange phenomena began to happen just after entering the building, but that was only the beginning.
Ay, madre. Arriba el árbol, Algo arriba el árbol.
Buenas noches.
Otra vez acá, Nos están contestando. Dicen que pocos se animan a entrar aquí en la noche,
No, pues ya nos damos cuenta por qué las manifestaciones son muy fuertes en este lugar. Es demasiado,
Ibas a ir a compartir, somos 5,000 personas hoy.
Fue para allá, para allá, para allá.
Mames, aquí se escuchó aquí al lado, Aquí se escuchó al lado, güey. ¡Hola!
Mira acá, está en la barra, güey.
¡Buenas! Oye, ¿qué fue, güey? ¿Qué fue eso, güey?
Saray, vamos a ver con esta actitud.
Mira, Saray, te digo que aquí se incendió y aquí se murió, mira, alta tensión.
¿Dónde murieron?
Mira, ahí se ve lo quemado, alta tensión, yo creo que fue un cortocircuito.
Uy, es arriba, es arriba. Hola. Mujer, ¿eres tú la que está aquí? Mira.
Mira.
Mira, alguien de blanco.
No mames, lo capté, güey. Corre. No mames, güey. Bestia, güey. ¿Quién eres? ¿Qué pedo, güey? ¿Qué fue eso, güey? No mames, güey. Ten cuidado.
Mira, puerta,
Tengan cuidado.
la puerta. Ay, no mames.
¿Qué pedo, güey?
Cierra la puerta.
Miren, güey, la neta, güey, que no sé si
This is
estuvo
cool.
muerto, güey. No sé, güey, que suba un hombre primero, a ver qué pedo, güey.
During the investigation, at one point the entire team noticed a woman's figure in the window. Then everyone ran to that place and recorded this.
Uy, aguas. Aguas, ¿qué pedo?
Mouse is on its way.
¿Qué pedo? ¿Qué pasó?
No mames. Eso le digo. Ey, no voy a tirar por la escalera, güey. ¿Cómo se escucha?
Yo creo que ir bajando uno por uno.
Hombre, amigos, somos 6,000 personas, hay uno a compartir. 20,000 personas en TikTok y juega la Ouija.
Con cuidado, güey.
¿Quieres que nos vayamos de este sitio? ¿Estás enojado porque estamos aquí en este lugar?
In the window was a strange white anomaly. Whether it's a real ghost recorded on the camera or something else entirely. Decide, folks.
How you doing? I'm Callan, and this is Slap
Slap
Ham.
Ham.
So to
Now, what's the dumbest thing you've ever done when drunk? How did you feel afterward? In this totally heartbreaking case, the famous TikToker got really drunk and killed their friend. But how did it get there? Let's find out. Helen Rose Hastings was the only daughter of Susan Rosenberg and Philip Hastings, who were both successful biologists working at Baylor College of Medicine. She grew up in Houston, Texas, where she was described as a smart and highly intelligent girl, speaking in full sentences by the time she was just 18 months. Helen had a really great childhood, with lots of hobbies ranging from swimming to theater to rock bands and robotics. She was always curious and wanted to try out everything. She spent most of her school breaks traveling the world with her parents, going to far-flung places like Croatia, Oslo, and Tokyo. This really opened up her mind at a very young age, and by the time she was 7, she was fascinated by Japanese culture, and she told her mom that she wanted to start an institute for women scientists in Japan when she grows up. Sadly, she never got to see her dream materialize. Helen's almost perfect childhood changed the moment she reached middle school. She didn't fit in with her classmates who found her weird and started picking on her. At an early age, Helen had developed symptoms of misophonia, which is a condition that makes you intolerant to certain sounds made by other people, such as chewing, pencil tapping, coughing, and sniffling. As you can already guess, her condition got worse in school because those sounds are everywhere. It got to a point that Helen could not sit still in class or eat lunch with her classmates, which made her miserable, and her classmates really made her life in school difficult and unbearable. Things got worse when she started identifying as pansexual. A pansexual is someone who is attracted either emotionally or physically or both to people regardless of their gender. While this should not be taken as something bad or negative, the other students did not understand this, and so they bullied her when they learned that she had a relationship with another girl in school. Because of all this bullying and harassment, the once vibrant and outgoing girl became depressed, anxious, and even developed an eating disorder. She spent most of her time alone and felt that nobody liked her or understood her. But as they say, there's a place for everyone in the world, and Helen was lucky to find hers. It all started in 8th grade, when one of Helen's few friends invited her to a local cosplay convention. If you don't already know what cosplay is, it's like kind of performance art, where people dress up in costumes and makeup that represent their favorite characters.
It's a costume
from
party,
anime,
it's not
video
performance
games,
art.
TV, and film. The
Motherfucker.
term itself was derived from 2 words, costume and roleplay. So people don't just dress up, they act and behave like the character they are portraying. The cosplay culture is actually very popular in many parts of the world, most especially Japan, East Asia, the US, and Europe. Helen
What
was
up, Dark?
really captivated by this fun and exciting world and saw it as an interesting way to escape her sad and depressing reality. Helen was drawn to the escapism of it. Some people view it as an escape from reality. They're not human, they're this character. For 3 days, they don't have to think about what's going on in the outside world. In this community, Helen fit right in, and it became part of her. She was a talented cosplayer, and within no time, she had established herself in the cosplay community, and acquired quite a number of followers on TikTok and Instagram, where she would post her cosplay videos. Although her mom, Susan, was a bit skeptical of Helen's newfound interest, she was happy that her daughter had gotten out of her depression and was making friends. I saw that it was a community of people who, in some way or other, didn't fit in, and they had this group of people with whom they could. One of the few friends that Helen met in the cosplay community was Mary Ann Oliver Snow, otherwise known as Yandere Freak, or Snow, the Salt Queen in the cosplay world. Snow was a few years older than Helen and identified as non-binary, using they-them pronouns. They were also from Houston, Texas, and had been in the cosplay world since 2016. Their videos
two
in
idiots.
different outfits and hairdos garnered millions of likes and made them sort of a celebrity, with over 1.6 million followers on TikTok. They are particularly well known for cosplaying characters from a series called Danganronpa, a Chinese video game in which teens are locked inside a school with a murderous bear and forced to fight to the death. Those who knew Snow described them as being a little problematic and reckless. They would do things that a lot of people found to be quite inappropriate and disturbing. Like in 2019, Snow posted a video on social media where they were having a cosplay photo shoot at a local cemetery. They were sitting on the gravestones, swinging on them, and even dancing on top of them. This really enraged a lot of people who found Snow's actions as being disrespectful to the dead in the cemetery. And instead of apologizing for their actions, Snow made things worse by mocking everyone, saying that people were just overreacting and that they did nothing wrong. They also claimed that they had asked permission from the management to have a photo shoot there. However, the cemetery superintendent came forward to deny this and even threatened to have Snow arrested if they go back to the cemetery. And that's not all, guys. In another incident, Snow claimed that they had rescued some sick kittens and asked for money from their followers to help save the kittens. But people later came to learn that the kittens were never really sick and that Snow had pocketed the money. Despite all the controversies, Helen and Snow became really good friends and started hanging out together quite often. But this friendship would soon end in a disaster. Now, fast forward to January 17th, 2021. The police received a distress call from a house in Houston where someone was reported to have been shot. The person was rushed to the hospital where they sadly passed away. This person was no other than Helen Hastings. At the time of her passing, she had been a freshman at Oberlin College in Ohio, where she intended to study neuroscience, psychology, and art. Her friends in college described her as an incredibly warm and friendly person who was always welcoming to people. I think the first thing she said to me was complimenting my jacket or something, and from then on, we became close friends really quickly because she was such a bright and warm person. The news of Helen's death was released across social media on January 20th, 2021, and her family and friends were totally devastated. There were no details on what really happened and how she died, and for months, no one had the answers to these questions. But when the truth finally came out, everyone was completely horrified.
Yeah, me girl, come
Now,
on.
we all have different ways of grieving
What's
when
going
we
down?
lose someone we care about. Some of us may grieve openly, while others may do so in secret. If you're active on social media, you'd probably post something about your friend, or maybe take a break from posting for a while to grieve. This was not the case with Snow, who was acting like they didn't just lose a close friend. They were posting cosplay videos regularly on TikTok and Instagram, and did not, even for one moment, mention Helen anywhere in their posts. But although some people found it strange, they never would have thought that Snow was actually involved in their friend's death. According to the police report, Snow, Helen, and 5 other friends were gathered at Snow's house for a party. They were drinking, smoking, and generally just messing around. Then, at midnight, they decided to watch the Batman-inspired series Gotham and cosplay the characters. At this point, Snow announced that they had a gun, just like the character Penguin in the series, and then they went out to the garage to get it. They brought the gun into the living room, and everyone started playing and messing around with it. Now here's when things took a really dark turn. One of the friends came up to Snow and jokingly said, "Ooh, shoot me." Snow raised up the gun for a moment and then lowered it. Then, Helen, wanting to fit in, said, "Oh, do me." And Snow was like, "Okay." Then turned to their right and placed the gun to the left side of Helen's head and pulled the trigger. They all watched in horror as the gun went off and Helen fell to the ground bleeding. All along, they thought the gun was empty, but clearly it wasn't. The group was in a panic. One tried to stop the blood with a teddy bear, and Snow kept saying it was an accident. Somehow they managed to call 911, and Helen was rushed to the hospital, where she was placed on life support but died 2 days later. Snow was later arrested and charged with second-degree manslaughter, which carries a potential prison sentence of 2 to 20 years, according to Texas state laws. They told police that the gun had been left in their home by an ex-boyfriend when he moved out, and that they and their friends would often play with it, believing that it was safe. Snow said that the ex-boyfriend had said that he'd removed all the bullets in the magazine, and that they didn't remember putting it back in the gun, though they were really, really drunk, and could have done it. They said they were putting the gun at themselves and other friends, and it was making a clicking sound when they pulled the trigger 3 or 4 times. When the other friends were interrogated, they said that they also didn't think that the gun was loaded, and that they heard Helen jokingly ask Snow to shoot her. When investigators asked them why Snow would place a gun at Helen's head, one witness said their group is wild, dumb, and does jokes like that all the time. On January 19th, 2021, Snow was released on a $20,000 bond, and they went back to living their life as if nothing had happened. They continued posting for 9 months and could actually be seen in some video wearing an ankle monitoring bracelet. Some of their TikTok videos are quite gory and involve fake blood splatters in the background and references to violence. Now, this was really disturbing for a lot of people who felt that Snow didn't really care about taking Helen's life. One person wrote in their comment, "What a huge slap in the face to the families of the victims to be posting like this." However, others were a little more sympathetic to Snow, saying that they'd also lost someone and were working through it. Let them grieve and move on. They lost a close friend just a few months ago and will live with that guilt forever. Snow has since made their TikTok and Instagram accounts private, and according to their lawyer, they're distancing themselves from social media for a while. The lawyer also said that Snow was incredibly remorseful about what took place and was having a difficult time dealing with it. Meanwhile, Helen's family and friends continue to remember her for her really bubbly and energetic personality and sense of humor. I was grateful to have both empathy and excitement from them. To top it all off, they did it while having the cutest llama socks you would find. They generally just had a great fashion sense. Thanks, Helen.
It's so fucked up.
Number 8. Egal Seisman. During their honeymoon...
I'm gonna go to bed, guys. I'm gonna go to bed so I can wake up and get the mouse. Eat, 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 eat. I'll try to be on as early as I can tomorrow. We're gonna go back to doing long streams. To get all my shit going on. Yeet, 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 yeet. Thanks for coming around, guys. I appreciate it.